Oh, dadgummit, I truly am my own worst enemy. Did I seriously not hide myself behind the dadgum intro? What a bummer, but at least this is better than last week's hot start, where I'm pretty sure I had like a bunch of music playing and it was a complete mess. But anyways, how are you guys doing? I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. I hope you can't wait because I can't wait. Honestly, this is going to be an awesome stream. So, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, right? And Drex, we'll get into it, okay? Because here's the deal, right? The Chicago Bears are on a 12-game losing streak. I can't look you guys in the metaphorical eyes, the virtual eyes, and pretend like the only thing we care about is this game. As soon as you go 0-2, give me just a minute. Wife cameo. She's been embarrassed about the background for a little bit, so I'll pass on the fact that she says, "Hey, Slim Jim, how you doing?" So here's the deal, right? Uh, Obviously the Bears just went 0-2, and we talked about this a little for the first time. So thank you so much, Jim. But so we talked a little bit about this last week that if the Bears lost to the Packers and then they lost to the Buccaneers, that could spell problems for the rest of the season. And I mean, I think it does. And I think everybody can feel it, right? Like MG50 kind of says, like the Bears offense is fine, 2 rough games. Yeah, thank God, MJ, anyways, we can get in the housing market later. Point is that Jason, so excited to hear that you look at this Bears team, and I think we can all agree that the vibes are way off. Like, I'm trying to think of what basic way to say it. Like the eye test. They're not passing the eye test. And honestly, the wild part is for all of the conversation that's surrounding Justin Fields, for all the amazing quarterback analysts, whether that's Tim Jenkins, who really is phenomenal, whether that's JT O'Sullivan, who's also phenomenal, whether that's Dan Orlovsky suddenly going from Fields is going to be the MVP to Fields can't see the field over like a 2-week span. And I get it, the film is the film, but man, that switched over days. But so within that, like, I get it. But the point is that you've got all these people talking about Fields in the offense. And if you ask me, the really crazy part about this team is that I would argue the bigger problems are on the defensive side of the ball. And we're going to go over the defensive side of the ball. It's number 2 in there for a reason. But within this stream, there's something I want to take you guys through because I think it's really, really cool. Like you're going to get you're going to get the most honest and just I don't know. I don't want to say that. It's more like when you watch this stream, you're going to get whatever I think is rad about football because I love this game. I know you love this game. I did not play in the league, so I'm going to end up approaching the game from a different take than a lot of other people, and that's okay. But within this, so Slim Jim, for instance, you talk about like what? I wish I could highlight your comment. I'm trying to figure some of this stuff out. But the defense is giving up a 157 passer rating. I think it's 157.1 specifically on third down. The defense is nearly unplayable, and they would have given up a lot more points had Tampa Bay not botched some third down chances of their own. And it's part of why the Packers did so well. Because I'm with you, Knighton. We held them to 20 points. You would consider that a win, but this Bears defense is so schematically poor on what they're doing in third down situations, and they continue to have offenses put themselves in such advantageous situations that we on defense are just giving away free yards, if you ask me, and I am frustrated. To be honest with you, obviously we know that the Bears defense isn't I don't know, it doesn't have 11 All-Pros on it. And obviously, we've got our fair share of rookie moments. The defensive tape this week is not kind to Tyreek Stevenson, but when you're starting a rookie on outside corner up against Mike Evans, you're going to take your L's. And you're going to see those L's pop up again and again and again as the Bears bump up against the likes of Justin Jefferson, as they go up against Mike Williams, as they take on basically any team that has like a big receiver that can play for you. They're probably going to line up against Stevenson, and Stevenson's going to have his hands full because Matt Eberflus can't figure out whether he wants to play spot drop or man, given different situations. And by the time he guesses one, it's really obvious. If there's one thing that's really, really frustrating, in my opinion, about this Bears defense, and we'll just use a Bears offensive snap to talk about it. When you look at this play right here, what are the Bucs running? Do you know what the Bucs are running? Because while it could be a litany of things, and it's probably cover 3, you can't say for sure, because this defense is structured to line nearly everybody up on the line that they can, and then blitz maybe one guy, could be 2 guys, might be none. And then they'll drop into something else. They could be playing man. In this case, they're almost certainly not playing man unless they're going to have him bump over and sit on top of Darnell Mooney. In fact, that's more than likely what Mooney's pointing out. He's probably saying, hey, this guy's blitzing, or he'd be in front of me. Because obviously offenses and defenses talk to each other nearly constantly, but it's really cool watching watching other NFL defenses, and you can see how hard they try to make things for opposing offenses, whereas the Bears tend to throw out a bunch of static looks, and especially it gets bad, honestly, in the second half of this game, because in the first half, I thought Matt Eberflus mixed up a lot of things, called a lot more pressure looks than than Allen Williams certainly did nearly any game last year, aside from that Washington game where he just decided he was going to blitz the hell out of Carson Wentz, and it worked, and we never went back to that, which that's a separate conversation. I'm not pro blitz all the time. Honestly, I would rather cover with 7 and then just play, but there are different ways that teams are disguising looks and changing things up at the snap and dropping people in and out and simulating pressure and forcing offensive adjustment that the Bears just don't do. They show you their Madden cover 2 defense, you read it pre-snap, and there you go. And good quarterbacks are beating us because there's this philosophy, a guiding principle within the Matt Eberflus scheme. The idea is if you make the offense earn 10 yards every 3 plays, they will eventually screw up. And that has flipped over the years, where we shift towards an attitude of, if you give the offense 3 downs to beat you, they probably will. And we saw that on some ridiculous 3rd downs that we'll get into later. I know I'm talking a lot about the defense, but it's a better answer to whoever I was talking about, where if I just thought this offense was broken, if I thought we were a quarterback away, if I thought we were an offensive coordinator away, then I think I would be more upbeat. But when you hear me talking about the future, it's partially because I think that the defensive guiding principles aren't very good. And the details on the defense and the offense, they aren't very good either. I mean, everybody has seen enough film. One of my favorite things about this stream is that by the time you get to me, if you're film crazy, somebody's put out something, and we get to go through a lot of the other stuff. So you've seen Kmet randomly, instead of chipping, running inside of Darnell Wright and giving up a sack. You've seen not 1, but 2 instances of the receivers running routes in the same place. Like one with Claypool, and I think it's DJ Moore running curls in the same place, and one a little later in the game where it's Kmet and it's somebody else, and they both run, it might even be outs or something, and they're both in the same area. And this is coming off of the Green Bay game where they both ran double posts into the same area. Feels like nobody on this offense knows what they're doing, quarterback included. And that's not some kind of positive for the quarterback. It just means that this whole team's a mess. And I can't tell you that it isn't a mess until things turn around. And do I think that maybe they can turn around? Maybe, but they play the Chiefs next week. And they've got a big tilt coming up against the Broncos, because I think we can all look at each other, everybody in the room, and agree that the Bears best shot for a win is against the Broncos. And then after that, it's tough sledding for a little bit because the Raiders are a better team, I think, than the Broncos are. I guess it's close, right? But if we've got a problem at edge, or like when it comes to edge rushers and offensive tackles, Max Crosby's not going to take it easy on you. Like, if we've got an issue with quarterbacks that can sit in the back of the pocket and ultimately find whoever they want to find, well, it doesn't get much easier than Baker Mayfield. Jimmy Garoppolo can do that. Kirk Cousins can certainly do that. Like, you look at a lot of the guys that they have coming up, and again, it's kind of Russell Wilson or bust, and that's okay. I mean, I can't say this enough. I guess this will finish my introduction, and then I want to get into what I want to talk about, or like the first thing that I want to talk about. But the Bears are in a decent position right now. Like, yes, he did a Kusai. I think it was 18 straight completions, 18 for 18. Like 9 of them were to Justin Jefferson, even worse, in my opinion. But so the main thing that I look at is that if the Bears shift towards a not even subtle tank, they're in an okay spot. I mean, not only do they still have their first for next year, but if the Bears screw it up and win 5 games, great. They're still going to be drafting top 10. Might even be drafting top 5 at that point. And Carolina is just as good a bet as any of the worst teams in football to lose almost all their games. Carolina does not have a path to scoring points right now. And they're starting a rookie quarterback. So a lot of these games right at the front of the schedule, like for instance, that game just last night against New Orleans, I didn't think New Orleans earned it. I think New Orleans is a better team than that. And they couldn't get their offense off the ground. But when you're heading into the very, very end of the fourth quarter and all you got is 9 points to show for it, it's hard to win nearly any NFL game. And to your exact point, Tom, the Bears and the Cards might have the first 4 picks, but if the Bears don't, whether Justin Fields turns the lights on, the Bears fire their offensive coordinator, and who knows, maybe Chris Morgan's just the dude, or Matt Eberflus and Alan Williams figure out whatever's going wrong with their defense. Let's say the Bears go on like the world's most minor 4-10 tear, which lately would feel like a tear, right? Then okay, maybe we take that as positives. Dan Wiederer probably shakes his maracas and gets really, really excited about something like that. And I'm so happy Dan does. But for me, if the Bears are going to be bad, let's be real bad. Because look, I was just saying this to my brother last night. When you look at NFL history, there aren't many teams where they had the number 1 pick, but they didn't trade for it. And then what came afterwards just sucked. Worst you get is probably Arizona in relatively recent history. But most of these orgs, when they got the number 1 pick, and they did so, let's call it fair and square, it kicked off the Cincinnati Revolution. It kicked off, who did? The Browns with Baker Mayfield. Say what you will, it's been way better for them than us. Like, they went to the playoffs, and they, again, setting aside Deshaun Watson takes, they have been a talented org since then. The Rams with Goff Akusai were terrible, but then they hired Sean McVay and everything fixed. Like, there have been pieces of all of those stories that are obviously different from Chicago's, you got to remember, Akusai, that as bad as, and you too, Prabhat, as bad as a lot of you guys are pointing out some examples, they're better than where we are now. I would love to get to the point where the Bears are a 7 or 8 win team, period. Let's take baby steps before we try to go win a Super Bowl and make the playoffs. And Knighton, I mean, that's the thing. Or I don't know who you're talking to, if it was me. But it's more, okay, cool. I got you, Prabhat. But exactly, you look at some of these franchises that were cursed at one point. The Jags with Trevor Lawrence is another decent example. These QBs are turning the teams around. And I'm not saying Caleb Williams is that guy. I don't know. I won't pretend to you that I've watched so much Caleb Williams or Drake May film that I have an opinion yet. I really don't. And I probably won't for at least just a little bit longer. But within that, the number 1 pick, the way that the Bears have gone about acquiring it, if they acquire it, they'll have a much more talented team than the 2023 team was, honestly. That we got to remember, the Bears have $100 million in cap space. They also have 2 starting tackles that I think are equitable, and a free agent, Nate Davis, that once he gets on the field, he's going to be fine. I was surprised about this, if only because, so look, table the Nate Davis hate and listen to me for a hot second. Nate Davis was inconsistent. Cody Whitehair is bad. Lucas Patrick is bad. And I don't like saying that about Whitehair, but Nate Davis had these moments in Green Bay where he looked out of practice, because he was literally out of practice. And by week 8, I think there's a decent chance that Nate Davis looks like a very solid part of the Bears offensive line, if not one of the best offensive linemen. And everybody out there that nods their heads and goes, good, he should be. You're absolutely right. But all the same, if you've got Ja'Tyre Carter, who I also think had his moments, he drew one of what I think was the hardest matchups in ball. I'm not even playing with you. I think Vita Vea is unbelievable. Vita Vea, the defensive lineman for Tampa right here, is 350 pounds. Andrew Billings is a big dude. He's like 330, maybe. Vita Vea runs faster than Billings, moves quicker, and he's 20 pounds heavier. Ja'Tyre Carter drawing him as a right guard in his first game sucks. Like, it's a different flavor of Aaron Donald, because there's nearly nobody in the NFL with the raw strength to match Vita Vea one-on-one. And then what Bowles did the entire game was stunt him. Like, oh my word, that they would just flip him. And then you'd have Vita Vea charging into you from sideways. Like, it was awesome, honestly. And Tom, like you're talking about, I don't want to pretend like Carter had some spectacular game, but as a fill-in second-year player making his first, let's call it authentic start, because I'm not really going to count week 18 of last year, I thought he looked more than serviceable. Like, honestly, he looked pretty much like what we expected from preseason Ja'Tyre Carter, that you would hope that he can carry forward. So we'll see, but if a new Bears rookie ends up with an offensive line, or they've got $100 million cap space, okay, I'm going to write it. 100 mil, 2 OTs. You can hate Braxton all you want, but if he's your second offensive tackle, you could do a lot worse. Like, you've got 1 G, so we're going to say 2 open spots on the offensive line. You have DJ Moore, and then you probably have a wide receiver too. You probably, we would hope, have Darnell Mooney, but we don't know. And then you've got, I'm going to write it in small font because kind of segmented away from everything else. You do have, I put it up there. That's silly. You have Cole Kmet. I'll put it right there. Yay. Kmet gets his own little box. But the point is, because Akusa, I don't actually think Mooney would want to come back, but we'll see. The main thing that I'm looking at when I see this team is that the 2021 team that Justin Fields was drafted into had nearly none of these. Yeah, RBs as well, for sure. And that's not to blow you off. It's more like when I look at this org right now, it is in a much healthier position than not only what Fields was drafted into, but what Fields had to deal with in 2022. Like, this guy here is under contract. These two are on rookie deals. Like, we just signed him. I'm not saying all of them are going to be good, but the ability to put together a serviceable roster that doesn't have these holes that guys like Bryce Young and even CJ Stroud have to deal with is really valuable. Like, we could very easily put together a team that's better than what Trevor Lawrence had as a rookie. And then in the second year, you invest even more than in that, unless the Bears go really crazy, something that I think all of us would just, our minds would be blown. But if you're like me, none of us would complain. The Bears defy all logic and they go quarterback MHJ. Not unthinkable. Because then if you had DJ Moore and Marvin Harrison Jr., you've got yourself a daggum receiver group. Like, a sweet one at that. We'll see what the Bears do. But it's more to say that I see this thread that somebody's already put in the chat of hey, if the Bears draft a quarterback, they're just going to ruin him like they ruin everybody else. And I see a process that should be different if we get there. Like, unless you keep Fields, or worse, Tyson Bagent wows enough. Like, I think Tyson Bagent could be a whole lot of fun. But if Tyson Bagent is what stops you from using pick number 1 on a quarterback, he better be real good. He better be real good in that case, or even pick number 2. But it's more to say that I think there's a real path if we calm down a little bit, right? And that's not me trying to say that anybody's not calm, but I think you get in this weird state as a fan. I've been there where you're toxic positive and you say, well, Fields is the guy or else everything's over. Well, that's not really true. On the other side, you say, and then don't draft a talented player. Like, don't draft a talented player at quarterback because they're just never any good here. Well, I never really saw a Jacksonville quarterback that was any good until Trevor Lawrence showed up. We saw Peyton Manning, but after that, the Colts couldn't get their quarterback situation right. I did not ever think we were going to see a sweet Bengals quarterback. Like, and you're going to get a new coaching staff. I'm glad you mentioned that, John. Good to see you. You're going to get that coaching staff because you have to. I don't think there's any way, if things go truly south, that the Bears don't get a new staff. And so whether that new staff is Kellen Moore, whether it's Ben Johnson, whether it's Jim Harbaugh, I find it nearly no chance that they won't be offensive minded. And if they're offensive minded, then you're fine. I don't know if you're fine, but you should at least be closer, right? And Akusa, I think I would die inside. Like, the Bears, honestly, I mean, chances are you guys probably know this. Bears are already kind of pushing my limits. But what can you do? I mean, I'm pretty hitched to the team until the moment I'm not. And that's okay. But I thought for certain, we were going to get a better step forward than what we've seen so far. And if you're caught up on what everybody else is saying, I thought I was being harsh on Fields when I was going through and tweeting some stuff out and even kind of kept some things to myself. And then JT went even harder. And I was like, oh gosh, my instincts were right. It's bad out there. And that's okay. Like, Cole, I agree with you, but let me rephrase it in a way that I think you're going to like, Cole, because I agree. But the way I would phrase it is, if the season ended today, you'd have to. But it's week 2 with a KC game looming. Let's talk about Fields' mechanics. So before we get into the stream itself, because this is the main reason that I want to do this. We are about to watch at least a little bit of Justin Fields' offense. But I spent the weekend watching a bunch of quarterbacks drop back. I want to show you guys what I saw, right? Because it's really, really neat when you suddenly watch a bunch of quarterbacks in rapid succession and start to see how different the game gets played by different players at the position. We can spend so much time. Let's see. Now discussing. It's going to be wrong one. Let's see here. Oh no, what just happened? So I had the world's hottest tweet of my life when I compared Justin Fields and Tua Tagovailoa. And if you couldn't tell, it's not the world's most fair comparison, just because Tua is a bit of a footwork god. And in this case, what I really wanted to illustrate is that Tua and Fields, sure, they both catch the snap at the same time, but Tua sees pressure coming and speeds his drop up explicitly. This is one of the fastest 5-step drops that I timed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, gets the ball out. Whereas Fields hits the back of his drop late because it's one of the floatier drops that I've seen Fields take. But moreover, because he gets to his drop late, pressure that's coming through that Tua threw past seems to affect him and push it forward. Yeah, I saw that case. I don't know how I feel about either Tim Jenkins or JT kind of making like a mutter about it. Not because they needed to say my name or whatever, but more like I think this is cool. And I'm sure every quarterback out there is like, oh God, this lacks context. And I get that. Like there are different kinds of 3-step, 5-step drops, etc. But when you watch a bunch of different quarterbacks, I think you're going to see some really cool stuff. So let me see. Where did I start? Because I have a bunch of these timed. I'm putting together something stronger than this later because I want to do more of the like side-by-sides, if you can't tell. But I happen to have just this raw reel of a bunch of other quarterbacks that let's like watch through it, right? Yeah, it starts with Mahomes. But we're going to go through like 8 quarterbacks in quick succession. We're going to go through Mahomes. We're going to go through Goff. We're going to go through Derek Carr, Tua Tagovailoa. I have Jalen Hurts on here. I think I have one more guy that's escaping me, so we'll get there when we get there. And then I have like a bunch of Lamar, because I pulled down a Lamar game that I want to watch because, again, the differences, in my opinion, are stark. Then when we go back to Fields, you'll have this feel of a better, or like you'll have a better feel of what is NFL normal at quarterback. I remember it. It's Josh Allen. And so Jay Sanders is 2022 because I thought they changed his footwork in 2022. Like I thought they were doing the left foot up, left foot down. And Spectre, for what it's worth, 2021 Fields is in here. So I'll set the reel and we'll keep going. I want you to, so if it comes in about under a second and a half, you're looking at a 3-step drop. This is a Mahomes 5-step drop, if memory serves. Let me go slow motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's a 7-step. So, and is that seriously? And they're all from the gun, by the way. So here we've got, what is this? Left foot back, right foot forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 step. And Fields' 7 steps tend to take about 2.5 seconds. We can get there. Like, that's just the Green Bay footage, to be honest with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ball out. And the perfect blind. And then we look at Goff. That's a 5-step drop. And again, it's not that I'm specifically picking out plays with specific results. You see there that he didn't have anybody to throw to. But it's more that watch this and get a feel for how quick the timing is. Like not many quarterbacks are getting the ball out slowly. Oh man, do I need to bump this down a little bit so that everybody can see the timer a little better? Probably. It's imperfect, but it'll do. I'll shift it down to there. There we go. That'll do. But so you get this feel that then Tua, for instance, pop, pressure immediately. So like pressure at the 2-second mark, we got to move. Really focus on how much these quarterbacks either throw immediately at their drop or they hitch forward in the pocket and move. Like one thing I was talking to believe it or not, a former NFL offensive lineman, which was really cool. And in the conversation I was having with him, I asked him, well, what makes a quarterback hard to protect? And asked just a blanket statement. One thing he said was quarterbacks that freeze at the top of their drop, or the word he used was linger. And in that, you'll see that a lot of these quarterbacks, when you slow things down, they hit the back of their drop. If they don't like it, mostly because of pressure, but either way, you see it, they start moving. They get on the move so that they can stay hard to reach by NFL edge rushers. You got to remember that on a 5-step drop, when you sit still, the edge rusher is going to read you and figure out what angle of attack he needs to go bring you down. And within that, you'll see when a quarterback steps forward in the pocket, simply moving from here to there means that this angle doesn't work anymore. Now you got to bend the corner, and maybe you can't. Maybe your offensive tackle can take you and flush you back out the bottom because that intercept angle doesn't work. And so most of these quarterbacks, it looks like SimVR Labs don't play with their right foot back, left foot forward. I loved this rep, by the way. It's a bummer that the timer doesn't work, but look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, rifle. Why does this matter? Because Allen drops with a lot of the same tempo that Justin Fields does. Tell me I'm crazy. Like, this is a pretty floaty 5-step drop. Look, watch it one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But at the back of his drop, he's ready to just rip the ball very decisively. And he has to earhole this linebacker. If you wait nearly any time, this linebacker is going to shift over and get in the daggum passing lane. Like, you have to just grip it and rip it. And exactly, Case, that's why I wanted to include Josh Allen, because he does throw with a lot of the same tempo, or the gallop, Prabat, like you're talking about, the JT use. But at the back of his drop, he rips the ball, or at least he tries to. Like, we can watch these timers. That's 1.7 seconds to the back of his drop, and he's hit. You don't get long in the NFL. It's going to make the pockets we see on this film feel stark. And look at this. Josh finds a completion, but he gets to the back of his drop, and how long is it before he makes his first violent pocket movement? Not long at all. And then he resets, gets back across his body, and rifles it to his check down. Josh is the most Fields-like quarterback on film. That's not even a joke. Like, Lamar Jackson is not near as Lamar plus Allen, you get Fields. But Lamar has a lot more pure pocket passer in him, frankly, than even Josh does in many cases. I think Josh is more accurate and can play with a stronger ball. But in terms of the lower body, which is what we're focusing on right now, I think Lamar's pocket movement is a little bit purer compared to Josh Allen's. That's a little bit more chaotic. Another thing to watch, because I found this really weird. Here's a 7-step drop. Which, first of all, Fields' 7 steps timed at about 2.4 seconds, whereas Josh Allen on this 7-step drop times at about 2.1. Allen's about as close to Fields as we get in terms of timing, because Fields is losing roughly, I'd say, he loses about 0.15 seconds per 2 steps. So, like, for instance, a 3-step drop, he's going to lose about 0.15. A 5-step drop, he loses about a quarter second. And then 5-step drop, he loses, or a 7-step drop, he loses nearly a half a second. All of these being from gun. But what's really weird, would you believe it if I told you that nearly all of the 7-step drop gun plays that I found on film end in disaster? Like, the NFL is not kind to these plays that are incredibly long developing, and this is one of the best examples. Now, it's kind of a lull ball from Josh Allen, but it speaks to this idea that NFL defenses right now are really good at setting the hard top, so they're really good back there, and they're pretty good up front. But as guys like you, Quinnen Williams, as guys like the rest of these DBs in the secondary get better, bigger, faster, stronger, think Tremaine Edmonds, think Jalen Johnson, think Eddie Jackson, the most vulnerable they're going to be is on time. That idea of extend the play, create a play, I don't want to say it's not there, because it's not there. It happens sometimes. But we've seen it with Fields, where scramble drill isn't what it used to be. And a lot of defenses are doing that on purpose. They don't want mobile quarterbacks to run them over. And so I look at some of this film, and it just stuns me with how fast they play, because I've gotten used to Fields' tempo. I generally know the speed at which he plays, whereas these other quarterbacks, like, look at this. This feels like a long time in the pocket for a 3-step drop, but it's catch the ball, 1, 2, hitch, ball out, for instance. And then Diggs is able to make a play, in part because he got the ball as relatively quickly as he did. Josh Allen also does a really good job of, this is something I wish Fields could do that he doesn't do at the moment, and that is that he will just fire the ball to somebody. So when he's got nowhere to go, he just stunts the ball straight to somebody who he thinks should probably get the ball. And then you're able to create a completion out of what otherwise might be a frozen play, right? And Blue Waves, I think a lot of it is that Ohio State was basically able to feature a very specific throwing motion. Have we watched the throws that we've seen? Justin plants his feet And like, honestly, we see Josh kind of loading up to do it, but we've also seen a couple of these examples where Josh will throw entirely with his upper body. So he'll whip the ball with his elbow and his shoulder. And it's not that that's like some kind of good thing. Conventionally speaking, that's not a good thing, but you're under pressure so often as an NFL quarterback that you can't always get your feet set. Like, throws like this are great, but look at what Josh is doing. Like, he's leaning back immediately. There's a heavy component. Yes, like hip torque right here. Josh Allen is such a phenomenal pure thrower when he hits his mark. But you also get like a lot of arm and shoulder. And it feels like as Justin Fields in particular has tried to change his throwing motion, it's compromised his ability to just whip the thing. And then again, you get some more law balls from Josh Allen, but I think this was another play. I think this was another play where it was another 7-step drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So it's a 7-step drop. He throws it on the, like with a jump and then just launches the ball to nowhere. Let's see. You remember last year and 2 years ago that Justin was rifling balls at people and they blamed the drops on ball speed. I remember that too. Honestly, Quinn, it feels like the velocity is tailed off. I don't know if that's a good thing. And I sit here just so we're all on the same page, and like everybody kind of falls victim to this weird, if it works, great. If it doesn't, I'll criticize it. And so I'm going to try to keep it as real with you guys as I can under any circumstance. But it is wild to me watching all these quarterbacks and you see consistencies. I remember people telling me that, Prabhat, that's another thing. You consistently see these shotgun snaps hit their mark. But like, I remember a bunch of people telling me that Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields were really similar in terms of their play speed. I see Hurts not only anticipating, but he gets the ball out pretty quick. Again, we all talk about this Eagles offensive line, and Flores is sending a crazy amount of blitzes, but kudos to the way Hurts plays the game. He's going to get to the back of his drop and immediately go find somewhere else to be because because you can't just sit at the top of the pocket. Like, no quarterback that I have found does that. And they'll maybe hitch twice and then get the ball out, and man. This reel, when I finally put it on Twitter, is ultimately not going to be about ball placement, but dang. Honestly, Jacob, I don't know. We'd have to pull film to know. But little things like this where they're all blitzes, that's part of why the Eagles offensive line is giving up as much pressure. But I also think it's like a really easy thing for football fans to feel like the offensive line should be better. We will all go, yeah, but do you see Hurts behind that Eagles offensive line? Does this look like a worse pocket or a better pocket than what Justin Fields has to work with? I would argue that in an element it's better, but it's like, no, I feel like these pockets are on it. Like, Fields got some phenomenal pockets to work with in this last game. This is a sweet pocket, and it's part of why Hurts just rips an interception. Forgot about this. Hurts doesn't see the inside, or like, I don't think he sees him because AJ Brown on the wide angle. No, that's not. This is Devontae Smith. But he clearly sees that the linebacker is about to try to cross his face. And honestly, 25 here does just a phenomenal job of getting back into a linebacker spot, but still cutting over to make the play. But I do think it's just hilarious that you see one of the first long rips from Hurts is, of course, him just throwing an interception straight out. But you can see a tempo, right? Is this coming through the way that I was hoping it would? Because you can feel a tempo with which nearly every quarterback in the NFL plays at. Like, it's not all exactly the same, right? But nearly every NFL quarterback hits this point where they go, okay, I have to get out of the pocket because I have spent too long in the pocket. You get about 2.5 seconds. Man, Derek Carr, unironically, is one of the cleaner examples. Woo-hoo, look at this. I want to show it again. Like, Carr's feet. I'll tell you what, if there's like a recipe for a Rob quarterback, somebody who is able to so effortlessly just flick the ball wherever he wants to while displaying crisp footwork is exactly that kind of guy. Now, the problem is I always forget that Carr's eyes only kind of work, and he will make dumb dingus interceptions or he'll throw dumb interceptions just like he threw in the Monday night game the other day. But then he'll throw that and it'll be like, whoa, like, look at this. Look at this. I can tell you right now, Justin Fields can't make this throw, in my opinion. I've watched enough Fields to know that falling away like this, just throwing it nearly entirely with your arm, I don't think he'd do it in the pocket. Not in the pocket. Could he do it on the run? Yes. But in the pocket, like stepping up and ripping it, just as Olave comes over the middle, throwing it past the linebacker too. Like, technically, Fields might convince himself that somebody's sitting there underneath. This is a pretty NFL play. Like, let me make it so clear. This is a pretty normal NFL play. Like, the stuff that the bad quarterbacks can do in the NFL is pretty unbelievable. Like, when Andy Dalton gets into the game, you go, oh, wow, this guy is an NFL quarterback. Boom. And I mean, like, look at this. Like, this is a guy that we think is just okay. And I'm not trying to sell you that he's any better than that. But he's got a live arm. And even this, like, this is his clean pocket, yes, but he hits the back of his drop at 1.5 seconds. And how much longer does he really take? One hitch, get the ball out. And then he gets hit. And then he gets hit. Like, you don't have any time in the NFL. You have to throw with anticipation because you will just not have that long back there. In this case, like, Carr hits the back of his drop at 1.6 and then just gets out, right? Let me see. What were you saying, Haplo? Like, Carr isn't just okay. He's legit good. He's had his day, Haplo. Right now, he's kind of up and down. You're not going to find much bigger Carr fan than I am. His tools are outstanding. That's for sure. I feel like Carr is the kind of guy that every other fan base would look at and go, he rules. And then if he was our quarterback, we might get frustrated and be like, well, where's this coming from? Because like you're saying, Knighton, I do feel like the Saints offense can be relatively underwhelming. And Bryson, I'm not trying to tell you that Fields stinks. What I am trying to say is that until I spent my Saturday just watching NFL quarterback normal, I thought Fields' play pace was slow, but not noticeably slow. And then I watched enough of these guys where I am a little worried now. Like, I think he's been overcoached. I think there's a decent chance that if Fields got some kind of reset, that he'd be able to find things a little bit better, right? But, here's Fields, by the way, when he was younger. Where is this? Where is this? I mean, you could say it's the footwork change. Might be, right? But, like, drop, fire. That's normal. I didn't get the timer on these yet. 5-step drop, normal. Like, what Nat Nagy did was he nearly never 7-step dropped him. So you saw a lot of these 5 or 3-step drops and Fields played on a timer. Like, and because yes, Prabat, he looked awesome, but he's chaotic in the start of the game. Like, he doesn't really blossom and start hitting it until later, but the process is good. Like, the process is so much better. Here, we got to get out of the pocket, and he even throws one of those, like, quick balls. Like, the spiral is better, Haplo. Like, I get the impression that everybody told Fields all of the wrong things. Where is that? Where has this been? Like, and yes, Knighton, I get what you're saying, that fans will never move on, but, like, the film is the film. Like, I'm not trying to push everybody, I guess a little bit, but it's less that I'm trying to obsess over specifically the Monday night game. I picked the Monday night game because it's fun, but, like, look at the drop tempo. Tell me it's not different. Fields looks so much more comfortable. Everything looks so much more natural, right? And seriously, Knighton, there is, but in his rookie year, you got a lot more Tampa games, or not Tampa, you got a lot more like Minnesota games that were messy, or the the Baltimore game where he also had a bunch of dumb rookie stuff, but his passing offense or his passing process didn't look foundationally broken. In my opinion, the current passing process feels broken, and I think that's the saddest part. Like, there's this kid who started his career at least looking more comfortable. Say what you will. Slow, a little bit. Like, his 5-step drop is still a smidgen slower, but what we're seeing now is unworkable. This one really bums me out, by the way. This is actually the same play that what is it? Fields missed in Green Bay, where they're gonna have, gosh, let me just play it. Come on, Premiere. So you're pulling 84 across, and then Kmet's gonna come sit over the ball. And check this out. Like, Fields is gonna read it out. He's gonna see Kmet as he's running away, and he is gonna make that car throw, or at least something similar. And he puts the ball low, right where it has to be, and we get a completion. And that's a first down on third down. Actually, it might be like first down or whatever. But stark difference. Stark difference from this. I'll just let this roll for a little bit. But Zariah, I tend to think that that Tannehill is Tannehill is the comp that I have in mind. But I don't know. I could see Fields going somewhere else, taking a year on the bench, like a Tannehill, Geno kind of thing, getting his mechanics back to where they were, maybe. But it's all a matter of whether anybody else convinces him that he's still got something broken in his game. And I don't know about that, Ron. I mean, maybe it's possible, but I don't know. Quarterbacks retain a weird amount of value. And I'm rooting for Fields. Like, not just the person, but like, I'm literally always rooting for the Bears, nearly no matter what. And you look at a play like this, unreal, right? Look at this 7-step drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like 6 steps, but the first step counts. Like, you basically put your weight on your right foot. But like, we get here at 2.5 seconds. To me, you can't win that way. Like, every other quarterback that we saw was 2.1 seconds or less, other than Josh Allen. I don't think this works long term. And it's mechanical. Like, we could talk about the missed reads. We'll talk about some missed reads. We could talk about bad offense. There's definitely some bad offense, but a lot of this stuff just doesn't work. And it feels like everything that they have, like, within this offense, isn't even synced up per se. Who's he looking at here, right? Like, okay, so we're going to take a 5-step drop. Why are we going to take it a 5-step drop? Like, okay, who are we looking at? Is it Mooney? Like, are we supposed to throw this? Maybe we are. Maybe, like, I don't know. I just feel like as we watch this, it's so slow. It's so much slower. And I would hope so, Zariah. You would hope that professional coaches can basically undo somebody's work, especially because the system, so to speak, like, if we were really trying to turn Justin Fields into Aaron Rodgers, why? I don't think I don't know. This is where, like, I wish that I could be in the offensive room, because when you'll hear them, I try to remember to say, like, I don't know what they're teaching, so I can't pretend to know. I have no frame of reference. None. When Getsy comes out and says, yeah, we want to put his right foot back. Why? Well, nobody really asks that, right? Like, it's just kind of, it could be that Getsy just says, well, that's what Aaron does, and Aaron rules. Or maybe they feel like there is some reason for it. To me, it feels like Fields is quite uncomfortable with this drop. And I don't remember what he did in 2022. You know what? Let's see. I can actually just go back and check. So I'll move this. Let me quickly import just some of the 2022 film that I have. Let's go. I don't know. How about like week 12? Nope. He didn't play week 12. So we'll go week 13. We'll go with this. We'll get it up. And let's check for ourselves. This is what I thought. He played with his right foot back all last year. Like, I am so down for people like Tim Jenkins feeling like if you just shift his footwork back, then everything's going to be better. But I do get the impression, just pointing this out, that Tim Jenkins thinks that they just did this. They did not just do this. Fields had shifted his drop foot last year when Getsy came over. You would think he'd be more comfortable with it now, but it certainly doesn't seem that way. Well, that was a fun little throw to open this up to, but I don't actually know if Fields has gotten slower from 2022 to 2023. It feels like it to me, but part of that is just because the Bears are calling so many 5 and 7 step drops that it feels like Fields is just hanging out forever in the pocket. But even there, like, that's a perfectly okay trigger throw. Blue Waves, it is way too early. It's way too early to say Tyson Bagent's name. Well, fans are going to say it anyways. But in my opinion, Fields is playing through week 10, nearly no matter what. If I'm Ryan Poles, Fields is playing the entire daggum year. Like, this is still an incredibly talented, like, former first-round pick. We're not just going to move on from him because we've got this UDFA we like. And that doesn't change. So the moment that the coaching staff feels like their walking papers are pretty much handed out, then sure. I mean, at that point, they're probably going to bring in Tyson because they want to prove that this kid ruined their lives. But no way. Like, and Eric, I know, but I just don't think that they would shift to a rookie that quick. Like, that would be unbelievable. It's not done, right? Like, Fields, maybe it happens after the Broncos game, right? Like, if we're really going crazy, maybe it happens after the Washington game, if not the Broncos game. But this would be so early. Like, benching him for Peterman makes more sense than benching him for Bagent. If only because Bagent is so fresh to the NFL, you put him out there, he's going to take quick drops. He's going to confidently rip throws. He's probably going to throw 3 interceptions. And that's okay. Like, why would you expect him to read everything perfectly? No way. But I don't think that Bagent would be able to just step in and rule. And I've got great reasons for it. Right, Derek? Like, I've got great reasons for why it wouldn't work. And those reasons are Bryce Young and to an extent CJ Stroud. He's kind of dealing. But, like, I don't think Bagent is Anthony Richardson. I mean, say what you will about the D2 thing, about draft pedigree thing. Like, if Bagent rules, he's going to look like just as much a miss as Brock Purdy. But Brock Purdy is a great metaphor here of, like, what are you looking for? Because Blue Waves, I get what you're saying, where you need to see what Bagent can do. Do you need to see it in year 3? Let's see. Doesn't it seem like all the talk about who specifically? Joe, what are you saying? Yeah, purely because I don't quite know what you mean, and that's okay. But, like, I think Tyson Bagent will get to start, unfortunately, especially if the season keeps going down the drain like this. But I don't think it's going to come fast. Fields is supposed to be the quarterback, and unless I feel like we just would have seen seeds of doubt by now. Maybe you could argue we did, because that week 1 endorsement was about as bad as it got. Let's see. Yes, Joe, it does. It does seem like all the talk of Justin Fields being a running back got to Fields. One more quarterback that I want to watch before we shift, because this is as close and yet as far as I think that you'll get from what we want Justin Fields to be. Let me see. Is it this? Yes. Okay. And we're just going to scan through a lot of this, right? But I do want you to watch Lamar Jackson, because Lamar can take a quick drop and get the ball out, but I'm not about to, like, hang it on that. But more, watch Lamar's pocket movement, and I think you'll see the quarterback that we wish Fields looked like, even though, honestly, Lamar's accuracy, especially to start this game, is nothing particularly special. The Ravens also committed to the run game and other things that help your quarterback a lot more than the Bears did. The Bears wanted Fields to win them this game, and in so doing, I actually feel like this was much closer to that Mitch 2019 week 1 game. And see, this looks a little bit like Justin Fields. This is Lamar Jackson you think you know. Like, this one is scramble around in the pocket, find an answer, make a play, go get 4 yards after a whole lot of running, etc. And John, it would be ridiculous if a rookie was able to come in and back up Justin Fields. Like, that would be a lot, especially because the QB2, it mostly, assuming the quarterback is going to be healthy, sits there, watches the tape with them, and helps them quickly understand something as they're catching their breath and the defense is on the field. And then if they go 3 and out, they better be ready. The main things that I want to see before we just dig into the actual Bears content, Bradley, there's a lot there, is watching not only how quickly Lamar navigates his reads, but how he moves as a pocket passer. In my opinion, Lamar's movement looks much more like Derek Carr, Jalen Hurts, and the rest of the quarterbacks than I think people keep thinking he is. Like, I keep seeing people say, bring in Greg Roman. Let's run a Lamar Jackson offense for Justin Fields. And I'm like, Lamar and Fields aren't the same right now. One of them's a former MVP. The other one is a guy who's really, really struggling with whatever the Bears are throwing at him. It feels like way too much. Like, what I see from Fields, before we get into all the stuff he's doing wrong that he has to own. Like, I'm trying to basically paint a picture of pointing at one person and saying they're the problem is a mistake. It's all of it. It's everything. This is a group project. And so far, a lot of people are getting failing grades. A lot of people are getting failing grades. DJ Moore rules. Stud of the class. Love him. But a lot of people are getting failing grades, in my opinion. And that guy, maybe they will. The problem is, doesn't it feel to you like they don't believe in it? Like, it feels as if Getsy didn't think that was the direction that they wanted to go with their offense. And that in and of itself blows my mind, because I don't know how you looked at Justin Fields. Honestly, I don't. Looked at Justin Fields last year and thought to yourself, man, let's turn him into, like, it's one thing to say pocket passer, right? But it's another thing to say we're not going to run the ball pretty much at all. Last year, they ran the ball nearly constantly. But like you're saying, Eric, it does get complicated here when I sit here and say, because I almost get there. Eric, right? And then I say, yeah, but people did start to adapt to that week 7 offense. Like, it was red hot for a brief moment, and then it did start to come down. Worse yet, there are a lot of people out there that are saying, I can't believe the Bears are trying to make Fields into a pocket passer. You almost heard me say it. Let me walk that back for a minute and get off of the roll that I was on, because the truth is, a lot of what we're seeing from Fields right now is not it's not like pocket general stuff, right? Some of it is hit your first read. Some of it is get to read 3, play on like normal time. And I'm not saying that's easy, but a lot of guys can do it. And the NFL, just like nearly any position in any sport that's relative, closer in baseball, starting pitcher, goalie in hockey, or any goalie, honestly, soccer goalies get the same thing. Like, it's tough out there, but it's as tough as everybody else makes it. It's a relativistic game. And right now, Fields is probably not in the top 30 of players playing the position well. And that in and of itself tells the story, which sucks. Because, like Tom Rowe just said, Fields does look labored in the pocket. Every other quarterback seems dramatically more comfortable in the pocket than Justin Fields does, which breaks my heart. Because the more he's thinking, and certainly the more that goes wrong, the more he's going to think, again, about how to fix it, instead of doing what Josh Allen seems to do, just turns his brain off and goes and plays ball. Patrick Mahomes at this point also just turns his brain off and goes and plays ball. And Sim, I'm with you that, like, there's definitely a culpability aspect to the run game. The run game was really productive last year. Thank you so much, Tom. I want to see if this works. Let's see. Can I turn the alert box up? It's got to be in here. Because if not, I put little sounds in there. But there it is. So it just comes in really late then. That'll work. But so, let me see here. What ran 12 times. Let's see. Do we think that running last year was Fields saying screw it and less of a coaching revolution? Definitely a piece of that. Reinhardt, I'm with you. How do you look like that after the first drive? Honestly, there's an element. We'll get there. That guy, it does feel like he's scared to make a mistake, but everything just feels really out of sync, if you ask me. I don't want to say it's like gross, but it feels really bad. And demo, we'll get there, because actually that's an interesting thought. But Tom, thank you so much. Anytime. I'm so glad that you enjoy it, honestly. And we shouldn't forget the defense, because everybody else does. Like, I love the offense, but man, it is so funny how the only real way for me to make unique content is to either talk about things like Fields dropbacks with a timer that every quarterback coach out there is going to hate, or it's to talk about the defense. And the defense is just so dull. Like, hand me any other defense. I loved talking about the Fangio defense. We got to see anticipation. We got to see drop coverages where guys passed each other off. It's beautiful. And now we get to see Tyreek Stevenson getting hung out to dry and looking like a rookie's rookie on different plays. Like, it's a mess. But so, anyways, let's get to the part where we actually talk about like the Bears offense, and we'll be as brisk as Robert Schmitz can be. We'll see. But more than anything, okay, I guess how well studied is everybody on this, right? Because I only really want to spend time for as long as I have to, because you've probably seen a bunch of offensive breakdowns. There's a sick one. It's an hour and a half. It covers nearly every play the Bears ran. And so I don't want to belabor it, because, we only want to be up for so late. And there's defense to cover. And defense isn't, classic fun, but it's more fun. And so I think a lot of people are going to have watched JTO and Jenkins. And so, sure, you get like, I don't know. There are parts of this where I sit here and I go back and forth on like, I don't know. I'll probably figure out some balance. Because here's the thing. I can tell what does and doesn't. I don't want to sound like some scout bullcrap, like condescending down talker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. And so I love it when an actual quarterback will go through and talk about quarterbacking, because I would have given Fields, I don't know about credit, but I at least would have said, okay, we got the ball downfield. Probably wasn't where we wanted it to be, but we were able to turn it into yak. For all I know, for all I care, this is a fine ball. And I'm not bothered by it. And I do think we end up in this place when our quarterback is struggling, where we want to actually act like everything is their fault. And I'll tell you what, on a play like this, keep your eyes on Carter specifically, because Carter's a part of the future, and Wright. You can look at Wright too. But for as many of these like crappy backup linemen, I hate kind of putting it that way, but it's true. Like, you got to remember that, like, I'm grading on a curve here. Yes, of course, Ja'Tyre Carter needs to eventually look like a starter, but we got to start by looking better than Rashad Coward, right? And so we'll see the first couple snaps here. Like, everybody, I think, has for the most part seen a lot of this stuff. Let me see, what are they running? Just like a basic spot drag. Throws fine. Keep an eye on Carter right here. And also Vita Vea, just because I like him. I love a good defender. And especially a good defensive lineman. Like, look at that hoss. Look at that big chunk of man. Like, just running into Lucas Patrick. Doesn't get much here. In particular, I got to tell you, where Carter nails it to me is that Carter's not winning just off of like athleticism. Here, let me see if I can get the other angle. I probably have it. Yes, perfect. Watch Carter's hands, right? Don't obsess. Don't go too crazy. I promise I'm not trying to hit one of these like Darnell Wright is elite like kinds of videos here. But that is perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Snap your hands to the shoulder pads. Like, and then drop the anchor and bring him down. This is a perfect block. This is a perfect block. Like, this is a nearly teach tape block. Like, this is exactly what you want to see. Not like we stayed in the way because we've got sweet feet, or we threw our shoulders into the guy and we barely kept him off our West Coast God quarterback that just like got the ball out, etc., etc. As a second year guard, you are looking for better hand usage than you saw as a rookie, plus the athleticism to match. And Carter immediately made an impression to me by just getting the ball, or like getting the hands right where they needed to be. And then Wright is so funny because you can tell this is big too, because Shaq Barrett watched the film. So where did he want to attack Wright? He wants to attack Wright around the edge. But I mean, okay, that looks obvious. Let me draw it better. Like, this is a normal edge attack angle. You can then bend it inside. You can bend it outside. And this was where Rashad Gary just killed Darnell Wright. So this was really interesting week 2 tape, because Darnell Wright's kick step looks better. And I'll tell you what, Darnell Wright does a lot of this, like in particular, where you'll see him kind of catch and then lean, right? But it's fine for the most part, like, because you're keeping him off for 2.5 seconds. We'll get to the part where we just own him later. As a rookie, we're trying to survive. That is Shaq Barrett. This is not easy. And so the more positive, well-survived reps that Wright can put on tape, the better. But so let's see. What did Reinhardt say in particular? Who plays good rarely? Oh, is it Cole Kmet? I feel like actually everybody's gotten too hard on Kmet. Okay, this is the best thing. Maybe not the best thing. What can I say? I say a lot of great things. Kidding. Within Kmet, the biggest problem is how the Bears use him. That's not a joke. Like, I don't know how this keeps happening, but we now have 2 separate staffs that see Cole Kmet and act like he's Zach Ertz. That's the issue here. Like, that ain't him. Don't do that. Like, you want to make people dislike him less? Like, don't throw a one-on-one, like, body route to Cole Kmet in ISO ball in the red zone. Like, let Cole Kmet be the check down artist that he can be as a Y. But when you use him like a U, it's going to be frustrating for everybody because he isn't that dude. To me, that's a coaching problem. Like, as much as I used to just bag on Kmet, like, I don't think it's Kmet's issue that he keeps getting asked to do things that he flat out cannot do. Later in the game, we see Kmet try to run a wheel route to set up that Roshan Johnson seam, but like, this is ridiculous. John, we're paying him to exist. Like, look at his contract. He's the 11th most expensive tight end in football today. Next year, he'll be the 14th. Yes, thank you so much, Archbears CJ2K. You rule. Ditka loves you. Thank you so much for upgrading to starter membership. You have no idea how much that helps me. I think he definitely hates Peter 10 most. Like, 10 seems like he hates that kind of player, and I think he hates what people do with Spectre. I'm interested to see what you mean there, like what we're doing with more. But so within that, like, it is, Reinhardt, absolutely not difficult when Tanyan, by the way, looks terrible so far. Can we just come out in the open and say it? And that guy, you're totally right, because you got to remember that, like, JT O'Sullivan looks at tight ends and he wants Evan Ingram, and there's nothing wrong with that. He's a former quarterback. Like, he can appreciate a John Oliver, but when John Oliver is like a featured player in the passing game, he's going to hate him too. Like, he keeps calling him an eligible offensive tackle. That is not, I think this guy sucks. That is, I think this guy can't play receiver. And that's all we've ever been saying, right? Like, when Kmet catches a dump off, turns upfield and runs somebody over, great. I have never seen Cole Kmet catch a contested ball in the end zone. That's fine. Don't ask him to, right? Like, I don't know. Am I nuts? Because I look at this and I think to myself, the fact that you're featuring Kmet is the issue. It's not Kmet I have the problem with. And last regime, I could say they spent a second round pick on him. They think they have to. But now it's just ridiculous, to be honest with you. But the good news, if there is any good news, John, is that his contract is outrageously affordable. Outrageously affordable, in my opinion. For what he is, I thought he was going to get paid another $2 to $2.5 million per year. And they front loaded it. Like, I am so fine. I'm so fine. Given the contract template of the Bears offense, I have no reason to complain about it. I can complain about not having a sweet weapon at tight end. I definitely complained about not having drafted one of the tight ends that I loved so much in this last draft, nearly all of which look like are balling, even the ones that don't like. That's a different conversation. But as far as paying him, I thought they got away with murder, more or less, which works. But so let's get back into the offense because there's plenty more to talk about. So then let me see. Second down. I have to apologize to Luke Getsy because on Twitter I made it sound like they have abandoned read option. No, they brought it back. They abandoned it in week 1. In week 2, they broke it out. But Joe here, whose last name I can never remember, Joe here just eats it. This might be the issue. So we don't talk about this enough. I'm not going to write out every single number, but so let's go weeks, right? Weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these are just weeks in the NFL, right? You got to remember that the coaches only work within each week's workflow, right? And it is Joe Tryon. So when your opponent, let's say you, I need one more. Let's see. So we've got GB, right? So let's say you play Chicago, and then you play Atlanta, and then you play New Orleans. I can tell you right now, LaFleur's staff was not thinking about New Orleans when they were attacking Chicago, right? They weren't thinking about New Orleans when then they played Atlanta. They start thinking about New Orleans when they play New Orleans. Why does this matter? Because it means when Fields exploded last year, there is a chance, and I can't believe I didn't think about this, there's a chance that he basically caught nearly 5 NFL teams with their pants down because none of them had the time to review what the Bears were doing. They had to come up with quick game plans. We saw it with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's game plan was terrible. Finally, by the time we got to Atlanta, there was enough game tape where Atlanta and Dean Pease could go through and try a couple things that slowed the Bears down. It didn't even stop them. It just slowed them down. And then by the time Fields got healthy, we went into Motown and the Lions just said, well, screw it. Why wouldn't we just man them up? And they did. They just played man the entire time. And then the book was kind of out. And I'm not saying that that's what's going on now. Now they're just playing a bunch of zone. Every team is playing a bunch of zone. Take a look at what happens in this Bears pass game today, and you will see that at the start of the game, the Buccaneers blitzed a lot. Go back to this last play just a minute ago. This'll do. The Bucs bring 5. What does that do? It takes 1 out of coverage. And so the Bears, kudos to them, pick them up, right? Khalil Herbert actually looks like a decent pass protector on this play. And so they do a great job picking this up. In so doing, they make it easier to throw. It works in every direction. The Bucs stopped blitzing, and then they were able to snuff the light out. And so the main thing I'm here to talk about is that, or not here, but what it dawned on me was that there were all these teams that when they had time to go through and deal with and build a plan for Fields, because you have to during the offseason, you got time to do it. You can take a look at the schedule that you're coming up against and say, well, let's build a basic game plan, and then we'll take a look at film and we'll make changes to what we plan to do once we get there, right? You want a scouting book that's pretty thick. And now they know that offense. Maybe the Bears offense felt like going back to what they wanted to do was their way of innovating and iterating. I'm not saying that it's the right call because I'm not in the coaching room. I don't know how they feel. But especially during the later parts of the game, man, Fields hits a couple of these open looks with the pockets that the Bears give him, and they blow Tampa Bay out of their stadium. Especially since last year, Fields was beating edge rushers. Like, you gave Fields this kind of edge, Joe Tryon wasn't catching him. This year, Tryon does a great job, ultimately pulls him down for, yes, a 5-yard gain, but a free quarterback hit. And unless we're trying to expose our quarterback to hits on hits on hits, then we don't want to do this. And I can understand Getsy pivoting away. Now, the zone read did help open up the run game. You're going to see a bunch of carries later, if we get to them. You'll see a bunch of carries later to Herbert, where Fields is able to hold Tryon and then push up for a bunch of extra yards. But in the meantime, like, when Fields pulled it, he did not get much. Let me watch the play. Here's a nice strike, but it's another example of the Bears picking the blitz up. Like, for as much as we would complain about pass protection, picked up, we blew this one. Whoops. Picked up, and we got this guy. So what do the Buccaneers really have? Well, they've got, like, nearly nobody covering anybody. And Fields is able to plant his feet relatively in rhythm because the picture's clearer. We see this, right? Like, you can call it anticipation, Spectre. It's more like survival in this case. Like, I want to reward anticipation where it exists, and this definitely is anticipation, but also, if you don't throw this ball, you get killed, right? But moreover, first of all, look at Mooney. I mean, he's got just the easiest route ever because Shaq Barrett is dropping off to cover him. Either one would have been super duper open. But more what I want to point out is that early in the game, the Bucs were putting pressure on Fields. Fields pressures himself. Love him. But can we agree? Like, Fields might as well be his own worst enemy in the pocket. And honestly, Tom, like, let's leave the I'll talk at some points about, like, tardy, or, like, is the throw tardy, is the throw early, blah, 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 blah. But let's just sit in the box of what Justin Fields should be able to do instead of making him to be Mac Jones, because I don't even think Fields fits his own box. Like, according to the standard that Fields would want to play at, some of the stuff doesn't work. This one's fine. But this is more a comment on Todd Bowles, because Bowles calls cover 3 right here, with 2 guys dropping off, like inside linebackers, etc., and it makes things easier. And Fields hits a big-time completion. Ball comes out. Moore goes crazy, gets all the way down the sidelines. And so then, starting in the next drive, is it really going to shock you that Bowles says, why am I doing that? And just starts sending 4. Like, it basically becomes, why would I not blitz you? Or, like, why would I blitz you? Is this helping me? And I have to at least give the Bears offensive line some credit, because I actually thought JT oversold, like, the Bears' issues in pass pro. Was the day perfect? No. Every quarterback I have watched, like we saw very early in the stream, eventually had a handful of plays where the offensive line just ruined it, because defenders get paid too, right? But some of these plays that we're going to get to, because that second drive in particular is not what we want, right? They're able to create some pockets, and Fields doesn't work, or Fields doesn't do what we want him to do. Also, Zariah, we might, like, it's possible the Bears could have 2 picks that far up. And like you're saying, Reinhardt, I think the main thing that I look at is I expected way worse. This is a pretty good front 4, especially even though they're missing Cansey. Also, quick highlight on the 2 young players right here. Boom. Boom. Really sweet block. So this is something I think is so funny. Do you guys call this a win or a loss? Right? Like, I would consider this a big time win. Your defender didn't do nothing. Like, if you get dumped on the ground and stepped over while my running back walks right past you to the 1-yard line, I see that as a huge Dovski. Like, yes, please. Absolutely. Do more of that. Why wouldn't you, right? Like, I would too, Tom. I don't know if there are some offensive line coaches that would disagree. And then, yeah, look at Braxton. Braxton's over here, like, battling on his side. Braxton battles, especially in the run game. But it's just so funny because plenty of people will look at stuff like that and they'll be like, hell yeah, number 90 owned that rookie. And it's like, sure didn't. Like, you have to turn the runner. You have to turn the runner on defense. So kudos to Wright, because he has stepped in and run blocked better than every other rookie tackle, bar none. Like, pass pro, we're working on it. It's still not even bad. Like, I would argue Darnell Wright has flat looked good. Like, especially on the rookie scale, because like the rookie scale is a heck of a learning curve. And yes, I included that dip on purpose. More often than not, it does get worse before it gets better as the early tape starts to come out. But Darnell Wright's hands, like his power, his footwork, his anchor, have really, really been solid. But I tend to agree, Reinhardt, that you're getting a lot of that. But so let me see. I'm not ignoring you, Bido Bean. What do the Bears have to do this Sunday? They got to get stops first and foremost. Like, the Bears scheme is at a spot where I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs are going to be able to weaponize it, because Bears don't have enough pass rush. And there is no worse quarterback in the NFL to not pressure than Patrick Mahomes. Bad idea, especially with any rookie DBs out on the field. I have no idea how many of the Bears DBs are going to be able to make it back in time for this game. But, oh gosh, like, that could get not pretty fast. The offense, this is the part about the tank that I get stuck on. The offense kind of matters, because if the offense could lead the team, great. This is the worst offense the Bears are going to play for a little bit. I mean, maybe you're going to count the Broncos, and if you do, I'll let you. But Tampa Bay is very out of order. They don't have their run game figured out. Baker is sort of a mess. Didn't look like it in this game, but they're sort of a mess. They are Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and some guys, right? Bido Bean, you must not be on Twitter, and if you aren't, good for you. You must not be on Reddit either. So many people are complaining about Jalen Carter. Case, it's been better than last year, that's for sure, and I'll take it. But so within that, it's like, to me, the real danger isn't that the Bears scored 6 points in 2.5 quarters against the Packers. It's that the Bears gave up 31 in 3 quarters against the Packers. Because if they can give that up to Jordan Love and a bunch of rookies, like, it could be rough. And that guy, I'll tell you what, I have been asked that question now 12 times in a row. So it's not that I'm flipping it back on you and going to not answer the question. If the Bears do come out and win, that's going to rule. Like, yeah, please. But like, in the world of realism, this is a tough one, especially for 3 reasons. Okay. And they're real reasons. Number 1, the Chiefs have not looked good. They're 1-1 and they only barely beat the Jags. So bounce back. 2, Nagy revenge game. Say what you will, that quarterback in Kansas City loves his offensive coordinator. And if he does, like, the Chiefs, the Chiefs could not turn the faucet off. Peter, I unfortunately don't think they'll need him. Like, there are some of these plays on the defensive side, and I've got like a mental timer set. We're going to try to switch over at 10:15 to the defense, because I want to spend some time there. I really do. I think it's worth it. There are some plays that you'll see where it's ghastly that the Bears let that happen on the back end. And if that happens to if that happens to the Bears for Case, that's because Case mentions that my eyes are red. I have a 1-year-old, Case. I have a 1-year-old that goes to daycare. It means I'm constantly sick. But I don't even have to make the flu game sound like a flu game anymore. I'm born in the sickness. Like, everybody else merely adopts it. So my son has hand, foot, and mouth right now, which is woo. But so within that, like, I'm not to me. The main thing I look at on this schedule is that the Bears have a defensive template that any quarterback that can play quick in the pocket and get through their reads is going to be a nightmare against. And the Bears pass rush is such that that might be a lot of quarterbacks. Like Baker, can we all agree? When we look at the Bears schedule, sure, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know, right? But when we look at the Bears schedule, I think we would agree that Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield are about as bad as it gets. And, right, Kusai? Like, next up is Mahomes, whatever's left of Russell Wilson, a perfectly decent quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't have any idea what Sam Howell is, but the Commanders' offense is kind of low-key cooking. Then you go take on Kirk Cousins, who hung 18 straight completions on us not long ago. You take on Jared Goff after that. Yes, Joe, it's a trap game, baby. Trap game. I love that energy. Honestly, I do. And it was crazy. Like, I'm not saying the Bears are going to lose every game, but I would argue that the Bears' best matchup comes against Carolina, which helps them as much as it hurts them, right? Like, I don't think this Bears team is going to win 0 games. I think that they should get better, but their lack of pass rush isn't something that they can just, turn over and fix. Now, it would help if you played 97 on 3rd down, for crying out loud. Did you know? So, on the Bears right now, DeMarcus Walker has the most pressures by a 3rd down defensive lineman. He has, I think it's 6, just off the top of my head. And the 6 pressures that he has come off a pass rush win rate of 6.8 or something like that. Andrew Billings has a pass rush win rate of 25%. Andrew Billings is winning pass rush snaps at the rate that Robert Quinn won pass rush snaps in his heyday. Andrew Billings has the most pressures on the team, and they take him off the field on 3rd downs because he's a run-stuffing nose tackle that's just going crazy. He's going crazy. It's 6 pressures in this game against Tampa Bay. Billings is going off. Say what you will, Knighton. If I'm the Bears planning for the future, you got to think extension. Especially because you're talking about a guy who's had 3 one-year deals. It won't take that much to get him DeMarcus Walker's deal? 3 years, but maybe $8 million a year. You'll be all right. And exactly, Spectre. If anything, to me, Billings' sudden elite play is it feels kind of like the Bears, right? Let me see. But second of all, I look at Billings, and I actually see Billings as a small indictment of everything that Eberflus and Poles built on the defensive line, because Billings does look like that almost Jalen Carter guy. You didn't expect somebody that good. Let's put it this way. Say what you will about Andrew Billings. You didn't expect him to be a nearly automatic play. Billings is playing like a play annihilator. Billings is playing every single play 97 is a massive problem that you have to solve, which is wild, in my opinion. And everybody talked about Jalen Carter. My point is, silently, you kind of have that. Not that Andrew Billings is Jalen Carter, but when you see the film, and I know I'm getting distracted, it's amazing what he's doing. The stuff he's doing at 330 pounds is hilarious, and that's awesome. Honestly, it rules. But it's a reminder that, sure, you need dudes to play the scheme, but also the scheme itself, when they take him off and then when they put their DBs in out-leveraged positions, nearly left and right, it calls into question what we think we're doing. I'm serious. The best part about Sean Desai, Vic Fangio, even Brandon Staley, if you want to throw him in there, and a lot of these other defensive people, is that they're trying stuff. What is Joe Barry doing? He is trying to leverage penny front, stuff that's coming out of college, and it's not all working. I don't think he's a phenomenal teacher, but the ideas, why is he trying to do it? You get why. It makes sense. And Todd Bowles, very similar. His defensive, the stuff he does on defense, schematically, it makes sense. I don't actually know why Eberflus does some of the things he does the way that he does them. I can guesstimate what he's trying to do, But especially from the coverage side, he strikes me as a guy who understands linebacking and not a guy who understands DBs. And I think in the modern day, you got to understand DBs. If you don't understand DBs, you're going to sell your guys out nearly no matter what you do. And the Bears have done a lot of that. Like the Jalen Johnson free release Romeo Doubs had to deal with, right? Like first third down of the season. What was that? 3rd and 13? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. We cannot have that. We cannot win that way. It is impossible to win that way. Like, if we're allowing stuff like that, it's impossible to win that way. And I'm not trying to dunk on Eberflus more than I have to. It's more to say that if the season goes south, you won't see me cry. No, I don't hate Eberflus as a person. I just think his football ideas are underbaked. And then you look at all the weird stuff that happens in this offense, and it's just so gross across the board. It doesn't feel like this team, for as much as they talk about hits, it feels like this is all headcanon, but we're going to get there, Joe. We really are. Yes, but it feels like they preached hits so hard that they started to see people check out. And when they saw people check out, they let people off the hook. And that's how you get guys like Claypool acting the way Claypool is, saying in pressers, yeah, I thought it was a run play, not a screen. Like, that's fine. Like, these guys don't get the details, which is fine. Like, I don't know. It's not fine. It's unacceptable. But it got so bad so fast that I think a lot of people realize it's pretty much unacceptable. And man, it may get better. It's week 2. It's week 2. But I don't know how the locker room's going to handle a potential complete blowout. And then coming home, they'll have kind of a win or you're out game against the Broncos. And then after that, they'll play a defensive line that's going to rip this offensive line in half. And so we'll see what happens. But it does kind of feel like that, right, Akusai? Where it just ain't good. Thankfully, we don't have to spend too much time on this. We really don't. But like, let's see. I always get so, I don't want to say confused, because I'm not really like confused. But there are some of these windows that Fields turns down. Like, this is probably almost assuredly not a good window. I imagine this linebacker gets in the way nearly any time anybody does anything. Would I love it if we got to Chase Claypool on the backside? Sure, I'd love that. But like, it's not awful. I don't know. Again, grading Fields, especially live, can feel so strange to me because that drop back can be so slow. And if we hit it and we came off it and we got to Chase Claypool and we threw down the field, great. You asked what's going on with Kmet. Nothing good. This doesn't make any sense. Like, Cole Kmet, instead of chipping, in case you haven't seen it, just goes around Darnell Wright for some reason. And the moment he does, Shaq Barrett does a great job of treating it like a puller, right? Because Darnell obviously can't take a hard step out, like, at this point. And so, like, I would give this to Wright if I wanted, or if I thought he deserved it. But this is so bad, in my opinion. And maybe Kmet really is coming up there because they're worried about Ja'Tyre Carter. That's possible. But I'm with you, Zarash. I have never seen this, ever. Slim Jim, what did you do? Did you donate something? Oh, man. Tell me, or let me know. Derek, it has to be a plan. And if it is, it's a horrible plan. Like, this is one of my examples, very quickly, of like, what the F is going on with this offense. Like, horrible. And Joe, I am so with you. Joe, there's so many organizations. Oh my gosh. So many organizations that don't fan the flames of whatever's going on. But this organization, every time there's been a problem, it's like they go, yeah, it's a problem. And then we go, all you had to say is no, that it's not an issue. Oh my gosh, Slim Jim, thank you so much. I'll make sure everything's working. It probably did. I would be shocked if it didn't, but I'll make sure, like, after the stream. Thank you so much. But so, like you're saying, Zaraj, we find out later Nate Davis, like, had a death in his family, and now I have to talk about it because we got left so in the dark that we ended up going, what's going on with Nate Davis? Is he a guy who doesn't like to practice? And the Bears let us say that for like weeks. so many orgs around the NFL will take the beat reporters aside and be like, hey, okay, he doesn't really want to let this out, but like, stuff's going down. Like, lay off him. And instead of, like you're saying, Joe, they went, they basically said, yeah, you're going to have to ask Nate about that. And then Nate went, ask the coaches. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, there are reasons that NFL teams have PR teams. And I'm with you, Lorenzo, that there's like an element of that that's on the fans. Don't get me wrong. But to me, I hate saying this, Lorenzo, because it makes me sound like just as much of a sheep as, I don't know, anybody else. I think you can kind of figure out what the fans are going to do. Like, if we sat together, you, me, Lorenzo, and we knew what was going on, and you and I were coming up with the PR strategy, we could very quickly guess that fans are going to take personal issue, and they're going to assume that the player sucks because he's not practicing, and they're going to come up with the most negative thing possible. Exactly like you're saying, Joe. They could have just had his back. Say it's not a big deal. Like, I mean, there are better ways to do it than what they did. And worse, Joe, then the Claypool thing happens. So Claypool has nasty effort. Think about this, guys. Really think about this. It's a chain. We could see a lot of this. Claypool comes out with poor effort in week 1. And what does Flus do? He goes, yeah, we're taking a look at it. And if we feel like we need to bench him for it, we will. What? Just come out and say he played fine. Like, lie. That's allowed. Coaches do it every single week. Like, come out and defend your guy. Be like, yeah, we invested a second round pick in him. Like, we're so excited for what Chase can do. Obviously, it didn't work out today, but he knows this offense, and he's ready to show just what he can do within it. Boom, done. No story. The beat reporters go, Flus never tells us anything, and they move on, right? And then moving, like, beyond that, you get to Justin Fields, and it's like, instead of saying, yeah, Green Bay threw some stuff at us that we really weren't ready for, we're going to be working with Fields all week to make sure that when there's a play down the field, we're able to take it. Or when Justin Fields comes out and says, yeah, the game plan was pretty lateral, don't go back and say, actually, we wanted to see more throws down the field. What? Like, it was unconscionable. It's like everybody's throwing each other under the bus week one. I know we thought it was bad, but they thought it was bad. Like, and I think that's the part of it that has so many people sounding alarm bells. Did I get it? Did I just work my way into it? Like, it's not just that we think the team is bad. Fans do this all the time. Like, there's a Browns fan out there that probably wants to blow it all up just because they lost one game. Happens, right? But like, this Bears team is freaking out. Like, they keep acting like the season is nearly over. Greg Gabriel, like the guy who stumps for the Bears in any circumstance, just called for Tyson Bagent. Like, what? It's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. They threw Alan Williams under the bus so hard. Like, where is he? Who knows? Nobody knows. What? I have no idea what's happening. I'm lost. Like, if you guys ever hear me talking about the tank, I promise, I think I'm a moderate person. But like, the Bears are out here acting like it's DEFCON 1, and they're 0-2. Like, it's insane, if you ask me. Like, and I agree, Reinhardt. Like, they've seen this ineptitude, and maybe they saw this coming, but like, grow up and coach better. Is that bad? Like, am I crazy? Freaking Sean McVay is out here winning with Puka Nacua as his wide receiver 1. They went toe-to-toe with the 49ers. Don't they have like 50 rookies on their 90-man roster? Like, what? And exactly, Peter. Like, wasn't the whole point of the loaf stuff like drilling consistency? I don't know. Part of me looks at this team and says, save it. And I got to tell you, purely because it would be off brand for me to not say this. I want you guys to metaphorically close your eyes. Don't literally close your eyes. It won't help you to literally close your eyes. And think all the way back to 2018, 2019, 2020. Something we never gave Matt Nagy enough credit for is that Matt Nagy constantly kept the narrative on him, which had to suck. We don't look at it as something that anybody would do on purpose. Because first of all, why would a human being want that? And second of all, every coach makes it look second nature. So we don't see it as some kind of positive, right? But even when in 2019, everybody wanted to execute Mitch publicly, right? Like Matt Nagy kept the focus on his dumb, stupid ego, right? And he kept the focus on his play calling. In effect, Matt Nagy built a shield of what the public thought of him that covered his coordinators, it covered his team, it covered his defense, and it covered his staff. Like, I can't help but look back at that and think that we didn't freak out in week 2. There's a reason that the org didn't feel destabilized, even though the offense, to Tony's point, was at times the stupidest stuff we have ever seen, this game included. Like, Matt Nagy did a really good job running the org, and it feels like we are 19 games into the Matt Eberflus era, and we are already losing control of how to talk about the team. Like, the head coach can't get through a presser without saying something that's a headline. And like, that's not the Chicago media. Like, there are so many people out there that are going to make this about the Chicago media and the New York media. These guys don't have to say this. Like, because I'm with you, Eric, that you end up in a spot like that where 12 losses will begin the unraveling process. But you had a fan base that really, really believed that that the whole team was tanking and that we could just throw 14 losses out of throw it out. I'm one of them. Like, they sold me. I did not think that game plan was real, right? And Derek, I'm with you, like 100%. But it's wild to me looking at just the org and everything going on within it. And to Joe's exact point, it's a disaster at this point. And let me see, that belief is what makes this reality so bitter. Exactly. Let's go through a couple more. We really don't need more in the offense than like this drive, in my opinion. T3, there's a bunch of great stuff on what normal NFL quarterbacking looks like. I'm not even playing around. Like, it's a sweet little picture. I cannot believe how bad the tight ends have been when they've been called upon. This is an incredibly hard block by Cole Kmet, and Joe does a phenomenal job just penning this as hard as a defensive end possibly can. But all the same, it is wild seeing just how poor, like, the worst part about this team, does this sound familiar? Something, Derek, reminds me vaguely of 2019, where the only times that everybody does everything right, it's tackle over. So they've taken Braxton and they've shifted him to the other end of the offensive line. They run this way all the time. The goal is that you're going to take a jet sweep on the other side and basically catch him, because other times you're going to run at the tackle over side. And so this is you trying to set that up later. Right. And Joe, that's the thing. I'm not trying to simp for Nagy so much as calling the comparison out, right? Showing who's doing what well. But anyways, so it's a high school formation, Eric, to call it what it is. But so let me see. I had a train of thought. I can get it back. VJJ, what else could it be? Exactly. Like, if the cues weren't so, yes, I remember. If there's one thing that feels so 2019 about this, it's that the moment that Fields makes a mistake is the moment that somehow all 10 players put on one of their best plays of the game. Like, you get this sack, and this is unbelievable. if you ask me. Like, back of his drop, sit there, hitch, 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 hitch. We got to 4 hitches, and then we got hit, right? Like, new poster, I promise you, it's not as weird as it sounds. Like, the Bears ran tackle over, and they ran towards Braxton a bunch of times, right? So there's much dispute. I've heard different people say different things about whether Mooney is open. And I finally heard Dan Orlovsky point out why he thinks it's not open. I thought it was really interesting. Here's the concept. This is like a Shanahan staple, the pocket rules. Like, let's go snap to like 1.5 seconds. 1, 2, bang. Look at this. This is great. Like, we're gonna give up a hold here, and that sucks. But this is sweet. Like, honestly, as far as pockets go, we love it. In my opinion, you got 2 things. So Dan Orlovsky points out that the moment that you know that on this scissors concept, that this DB is sitting outside leverage, meaning Mooney's going to have to cross his face, you can cross him off. A lot of quarterbacks would do that. So we could give Justin 1X if we wanted to, that I'll just leave up there for now, because DJ's already open. Like, if you just hit the back of your drop and you switch to DJ, like, we're going to be fine. We don't. So we have 1X. But in my opinion, if Justin is going to lock on to this route, I have... Dadgummit. Suck at this. Worst film reviewer on YouTube. Like, if Justin's going to hang on to this, tell me you can't throw that. Like, we're sitting in the pocket forever. Tell me you can't throw this. Like, put this loft this ball and let Justin go get it. Like, or not Justin, let Mooney go get it for you, because he does cross the guy's face. Like, he shouldn't have been open, but a sweet little stutter right there means that he's open enough, right? Like, I'm not saying you can throw it. I mean, honestly, maybe you could throw it here. Like, at this point, we're probably double L, 2 caps late, but you could probably throw this. Like, I'm not a quarterback's coach. Don't take my word for it. But watching enough quarterbacks, I think if you did want to lock on, you could get away with it. Because, like, or what is it? You could get away with it because Mooney does a good enough job. And it doesn't help anything that Moore is still open. Like, you go back through the slow motion and Moore turns around like, I'm getting the ball. I'm getting the ball. I'm getting the ball. I'm getting the... Justin, fucking give me the ball. You have got to be kidding me. Like, if DJ Moore gets pissed off, I got to tell you, it's not because he doesn't have a point. Like, this game is bad. Just DJ Moore hangs 100 yards and he could have had nearly 200. I'm not even playing with you. Like, if DJ Moore gets this ball right here, he probably hits this seam, and chances are this safety beats or breaks down and at least makes some kind of tackle. Maybe he comes over. But right now, DJ Moore is on such a heater with yards after catch. I'm not gonna say what would or wouldn't happen. Like, DJ Moore is one of the best yak receivers that I've ever watched in a Bears uniform. I'm not playing with you. And so I can't believe we take this sack. I thought it was going to be bad. It's worse. And it doesn't actually matter because Braxton holds. Like, Braxton Jones, by the way, I think is getting absolutely snake bitten by process result. There are a lot of people I am seeing that hate Braxton Jones right now. And me personally, I think he's fine. Like, I really think he's fine. This sucks. We don't like it. We're a little too floaty in our stance, and we catch him with our right hand, but hold every time. Like, you get beat on the inside, hold and make the ref call it. There are some refs that don't call this, in my opinion. I think he doesn't call it if Fields throws the dadgum ball. Look at how late this snap comes out. Like, tell me I'm crazy. Look at how late this flag comes out. Braxton holds, throw it now. Throw it now. It's a good block if we throw it now. Right? Like, you say that Akusai about ironing out some of the penalties. Iron out the false starts, despite the fact that Braxton isn't the only one moving on some of these false starts, which has me wondering whether there's a cadence question that nobody's asking about, right? But moreover, this penalty isn't freaking Braxton's fault. looking back, because the ref doesn't throw it. I'm thinking about this for the first time. You may totally disagree, but like, you throw this at your drop, ref's not going to throw the flag. He's going to let it go. This happens on every play. Right? Like, we've all seen it. We've all gone, Khalil Mack's getting held. We've all gone, DeMarcus Walker's getting held. Probably not saying that. But like, you throw this football, you throw it on time. I don't think you draw a flag. Like, I think you drew the flag when Barrett works across your face. And that's because no offensive lineman in their right dadgum mind is expecting to block for 5 full seconds. That is insanity. That's crazy stuff. It's there. Like, it's this moment. You can see him like draw the flag. But everything through here is probably something Braxton gets away with. And just throw the ball. I feel crazy. If you feel crazy, I don't blame you. But like, because of this, like, to me, this is the bummer. So actually, this became a great little way to put it. You know how everybody feels like a great quarterback elevates his entire offense? It's true. It's true. Not about to bring it the other way. But also, a bad quarterback can make everybody else on his offense look worse. And I'm not about to label Fields like a bad quarterback, but he played like one today. Or at least in the game that we're watching. Looking back, that Braxton block is not good. Like, Brandon Thorne isn't about to call that a sweet block, but you'd get away with it if you were nearly any other quarterback. Or if you had another quarterback on that play, because you're either throwing it to Mooney with anticipation, or you're getting back to Moore and you go, oh my gosh, he's so open, and you throw it to him much faster. And then he doesn't take a 6th penalty, right? Like, I don't know. You tell me what you think, but I do see Braxton getting an absurd amount of hate right now. And I don't think Braxton, I really don't, is bad. I think he's serviceable, but there's too many reps like this one against a good edge rusher. Like, quick feet, anchors down enough, ball out. Good. He's a 5th round pick. He's saving us $20 million. There are people that want to spend a pick number 4 on a left tackle. And I'm like, how much of an upgrade is that? Like, seriously, how much of an upgrade is that? We hope it's an upgrade, but you never know with rookies. Bird in the hand, man. Like, go get yourself a sweet defensive lineman. And also, by the way, I thought Moore was open too, but this is a dagger concept that I think it's Mooney, just gets stiffed on. And if it's dagger, then this route is literally not in the progression. It sucks because I think that there are some quarterback like receiver connections where you just hit the back and rip the ball and you get away with it with like Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. But Moore isn't even expecting the ball. Look at him, like, literally he doesn't turn around for it at all. And by the time he does turn around for it, like, the safety would make the play. You can't throw it now. It's not there. So you'd have to hit him in the back, right? Which is obviously not going to happen. Everybody's complaining about Claypool's top of the route. This is why I love the fact that I'm not the only one who goes through film, because I never would have caught that. I probably should in the future, but honestly, I'm still nailing down my habits of remembering to actually figure out which play call is which, instead of just watching the players, right? And I'm with you, Mario. Whitehair looks bad with quite a few B's. But so let's see. Joe, I don't know if that's totally fair because they play so differently, but results-wise, I guess I get it. I don't know. Did Baker play in the playoffs? Like, somebody remind me. But like that, Baker's won more games than 5, for better or for worse. Feeney played at like the very end of the game, if memory serves. I think this is a solid little rep from Carter. Balls away, but like, I like watching this. There's pieces to Carter's game that when I watch him, I go, this is good form. This is good initial contact. We end up losing the rep. Stuff we can work on. Plenty. But like, we're not winning on accident, and we're not winning like off of, we're not winning on accident. We're not winning on stuff that isn't replicable, and the stuff that we're getting beat on, we can fix. Like, Vita Vea beats him. Bummer. Right? Spectre, they tried, certainly won. Also, holy smokes, Lucas Patrick can't snap. What is this? Like, if we're throwing flame, Let's throw some flame. Where are these snaps? I shouldn't be highlighting snap placement this many times on a basic screen. Also, I could have sworn the broadcast mentioned that there was like tons and tons of daylight. I don't know. Levante David does such a good job. I don't know quite what Roshan Johnson is doing. He's a rookie. I'm not surprised that he gets lost now and again, but he's got to go take out this guy. Like if he doesn't take him out, deadzo. And this is an impossible block for Braxton Jones. Like not even caping for my guy. You've got an edge rusher that swipes you away. Like there's no way. Thank you so much, Quinn. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. You have a great rest of your night. And I'll see you tomorrow, I guess, when you turn the VOD on. But so awesome. Man, that's so exciting. Thank you so much. Hey, we get to play the little music. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So moving on. I don't know. The screen didn't work. Bummer. But so let's get to the next set of plays because I guess it's the third drive. I'm not trying to do this forever, right? Because we want to talk about the defense and I want to talk about the defense. But we can get a nice little taste here, you know? Let's see. Oh, looks like we do a little G lead. So we'll get a good rep here from both. Why does that happen? I'm going to keep that on there. Oh, I just switched to the defense. Ironic. There's Wright and Carter. Carter doesn't get near as much kick out as I think we would want him to. I'm not about to pretend he does. He stiffs him. But it's not a horrible run. And yeah, Case, we will. This is so fun. Thank you, Quinn. I see everybody getting memberships. Yay. You get emojis. Tell me what emojis you want. I want custom emojis that people like. So whether it's some field stuff, whether it's, I don't know what inside jokes we have on the channel. You guys probably know better than I do. 100% of Kusai. Like, it ain't good. It gets worse. I think it's on this drive. Fields does a good job with the hitch. We've seen it. We check to this run play, and it is gorgeous. It's so pretty. Vildor Island is great. The cat's great. Happy for you, Bradley. You're welcome. But so, like, check out all the blocking on this. Everybody does a good job, pretty much, including Claypool. Like, and Shake, that's a whole thing. But we'll get there. Like, check out Mercedes Lewis, Braxton Jones, and Chase Claypool. They really sell it. Braxton does a great job keeping. Is that Vea? No, it's not. It's 90. And then Kari Blazingame eats a huge block. And then Roshan just hits down the field. New poster. He's an awesome lead back fullback. A lot of the other tricksy stuff that they try to do, like the use check stuff, you know, not really his thing. But as a lead blocker, he's a beast. T3P, the Bears centers are just bad. You ever think of that? As far as snapping goes, somebody pointed it out while we were watching Pocket Footwork that everybody else's snaps look so much cleaner, and they're absolutely right. Like, the Bears' snaps are gross, and that's, I guess, just a talent problem. So this is a dot. I don't want to overanalyze it too much. If there is one part of this play that I do want to talk about, and it's a Getsy problem, but the throw itself is a dot. And I wanted to be hard on this, but when every quarterback comes and says, bro, catch the ball, pull it in. Okay, I'll take it from her. Like I'll take their word for it. That's totally fine. Now, if there is something we've got to talk about, it is this right here. What are the Bears doing from a schematic perspective? You're going to love this, guys, because it's some bad Nagy-like stuff. Derek, congratulations for becoming a member. That stuff just popped up. So the Bears, let me back up just a little bit longer. You're going to, if there's one fault to the play that the untrained eye and me would look at, it's that Kmet's open pretty much immediately. Like, honestly, kudos to Kmet. He wins the hell out of this route, runs straight by his guy, and he's gone. So why doesn't the throw come out any sooner? Like, and it would be just like Justin Fields, right? Like, it would be just like what the narrative Justin Fields is building up for him to be, like, just cataclysmically late. But then you look back and you see, okay, well, 92 got him the play, and Fields pulled his eyes down. And then he rolls out, finally gets him up, snap up, found Kmet, and throw through as quickly as he could, and it's an absolute dot. So how did 92 get involved? Well, you remember when we used to make jokes about, like, well, they'll never expect it if we do this. The Bears are faking counter. Like, this is a bootleg to the left with a counter action run that goes to the right. That's pretty normal. The problem is, what does counter involve? Think about it. I'm gonna spoil it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Counter involves a fake to the left. And so when he being the play action, takes his counter step, 92 is going to charge the run because that's kind of what you do on counter. And the direction Fields opens his shoulders suggests a run's coming this way anyways. Like, the moment you see that, Ron Winarski, so glad that you became a member. So glad you got to pick up that. Anyways, you get a guy who's not surprised he needs to push up field, but then almost seems to luck into seeing a boot. Maybe he thought a boot was coming. Like, maybe the Bears have some other tell that I haven't picked up. NFL guys are crazy. Like, I couldn't tell you. I don't mean to guess. But the fact that they're running counter to then run a boot, when you think about it, doesn't make as much sense as maybe you wanted it to. Fields makes a sweet throw that should get caught. Kmet can't hold on to it. Bummer. Next play. 2nd and 15. We got to get some back. We run stick. I don't get why Kmet keeps doing this thing where he, like, gets to these spots. So here's the coverage, right? Here's the coverage. Why does Kmet keep running? Like, he does this later in the game too. Catch it. Turn upfield. Instead, he runs straight into the corner. And what might be a couple extra yards, it's nothing crazy, but, like, catch a ball, feet in the ground, turn upfield. Fine. Whatever. Good enough throw. Yeah, Gutenkeist is, seriously. Are we talking about Raz? Raz isn't the be-all, end-all, but it's fine. Let's see. No, I don't think Kmet can turn that fast, but you'd hope that a tight end or a receiver type could. This play haunts me. I think there are a bunch of plays that haunt a bunch of people. This play really bothers me. I don't know why it really bothers me, to be honest. So you can ignore a lot of what's going on in the play. MW, so glad you got to become a member. The gift subs thing is really, really cool. So Roshan Johnson's running a flat route. DJ Moore's running a clear out route. We're just going to let DJ Moore run clear out routes now. Cole Kmet's going to run what is basically stick. I think it has a different name, but that doesn't really matter. Trent Taylor, who got a bizarre amount of snaps this week. Why did we activate Bayless? But we're going to play Trent Taylor in this offense. Explain it to me. And then Tyler Scott's the one I really want you to watch, because Tyler Scott is going to hit a dig route, or like a dig route, so hard that it's going to make you squeal with excitement. The problem is that when you watch this route, watch Scott in particular. Like, Scott, boom, we are so freaking open. And good news, our quarterback sees our guy. Our quarterback sees our guy. Our quarterback did not see our guy. And then he throws to Cole Kmet. And it's a good completion. It's a good completion. Like, I'm never going to strip the completion away from him. But, oh man, you've seen this hit a million times. Like, hits the back of his drop, doesn't like it. Good decision. We don't like it either. Then looks inside. 45, Devin White is right in the lane. Good decision. Get to the backside. Holy sweet mother goose. We are so open. But we start to scramble and we lose our composure and we eat a hit. Like, and this is another one that makes Braxton look bad. I'm not trying to cape for Braxton too crazy. Like, it's more that a left tackle has a hard enough life when he doesn't have to protect for forever. Like, this is a good block. This is fine. So many left tackles live with this on the sideline or like all across the NFL, but we have to eat a hit because we won't hit read through, or like we won't hit read number 3. And blah. Braxton is basic. Basic is so correct. It's so hard to find a basic left tackle. Like, I don't hear me saying Braxton is any more than Leno. Average, but better in the run game. So a holistic, pretty decent player, especially for what he is. Like, but if you can have Braxton and Wright play good football, and check out Wright, by the way. Nice kick, get your hands on him, keep him off. Shaq Barrett got straight nothing on this rep. I want to go through it one more time. Like, look at this. Get off, keep the cross chop away. Second one to move. Beautiful. Really, really wonderful tackle play. But we don't get to read 3. We still pick up a first down, which works, but we didn't do it in structure, right? And that frustrates me personally. Is it trust or no confidence? I think it's just being slow, that guy. Like, I would tell you if I thought it was something else, but it's a tempo problem where he sees it, and by the time he sees it, you'll notice that he's looking here, his feet are here. A lot of quarterbacks are going to pop footwork to footwork to footwork. Whereas it seems like Fields stayed set to throw to Kmet nearly the entire time. I mean, I'll let the quarterback gurus handle it, but it doesn't feel like he was in a position to drive the ball from there, though you'd hope he would. So we don't throw the ball. I couldn't tell you why we don't throw the ball, but that's kind of a theme, saying I couldn't tell you why we don't throw the ball. So then 1st and 10, we do a bunch of shuffling. And honestly, some of the best motion that the Bears do all day. I don't know how some of this is legal, if I can be honest. Because why 2 guys are able to move to get in position like that? Like, you see some formation shifts and they're kosher, but only one guy, I thought, is supposed to be able to like motion at the same time. And then you get the play that everybody's seen. And I've seen a lot of people talk about route spacing. No, I don't think the route spacing is some kind of like amazing thing. Like Cole Kmet's running a wheel. He doesn't get wide enough. You're hoping the guy is a little closer to here at this point, which pulls that corner. Tyler Scott, play reset. Gotcha. Tyler Scott lollygags his way through this route, which is lame. Kuzo, thank you so much for subscribing. So if Scott runs the snot out of this route, then it wouldn't surprise me if he's able to draw that safety much, much, much sooner, which he does not do. But all the same, I can't help but think that if you're Justin Fields, or honestly, if you're a person playing Madden, you just hit the Roshan button. You just hit it a little late. Like, there's rationale. The problem is, new poster, I'll talk to you in particular, we are running out of benefit of the doubt. And I think everybody can feel it, right? Where we're like, we are behind schedule. We're getting plays that we should be able to make. Did everybody do a great job? Definitely not. But when we run into our own sack on this play, it is a real shame because what you've got a rookie nearly like clapping open, just about. Like, you've got a rookie running back hitting you with the mailbox. Like, in an open, we've called a cover 3 beater. We know we're going to Roshan Johnson. And I get you, new poster. The problem is that this kind of reminds me, it depends. Because if the Bears salvage 7 and 10, holy smokes, whoa. Like, wow, we won a lot of games. Okay, which ones did we win? I don't know, but we did win them. Whoa. Now we've got a conversation. But right now, new poster, if the Bears finish top 5, I don't know. I really don't. Like, they will have lost too many games. And Fields will have had to look pretty outstanding to not make Pick'em, right? Did Carolina get us number 1 or number 2? Are we talking about Drake May, Caleb Williams? Or are we talking about a project like JJ McCarthy or Quinn Ewers or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And Colin, I've hinted at it, but yeah, like I'm with you, but it is funny you mentioned that because Reinhardt, you basically said what I forgot to say, which is that his 17 games aren't guaranteed. Like, he did start out last year, but last year there were a lot of excuses. Hanging on to one read, can we agree, guys? Hanging on to one read made a lot more sense when Darnell Mooney was the only receiver that was any good on your team. So the idea that you never looked anywhere else made sense. And then you get this group where DJ Moore is the best receiver on the team. And we just kind of don't throw to him sometimes. And then we don't shift through our reads to get to whether it's Mooney or whether it's Tyler Scott. I mean, it's just the best way I could put this new poster is that I've watched too many quarterbacks do it to see Justin not doing it because he is super talented. He does seem like he's a great guy, but it's not great. And when you start costing people money, people are going to get mad. We kind of do. And I'm ready for it, Prabhat. We're nearly on schedule. JT hated this one because he feels like, I think is it Claypool? Yeah, he thinks Claypool's open. I didn't care. Like, my bar is pretty low for Justin Fields. For as high as it may sound, my bar is pretty low for Justin Fields. And if he just hits the check down, I'm fine with it. But in this case, JT kind of has a point. Like, I'll show you the look that he's basically talking about. Like, Claypool is more than NFL open. It's just 2nd and 15 or whatever. Like, who cares? But I think a lot of quarterback coaches are going to care, especially when we look at it right here. Like, are we squatted too deep? Do we think that Vea is going to knock this thing down? Like, he looks at it. Where's the ball? And I'll just move on from there. Oh, though, actually, hang on. Just because we've been talking about it. Like, I think it's interesting to watch Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones. Like, to me, the best thing you could say about a rookie is that these tackles are just not so bad. And that's if Wright doesn't get any better. Like, Wright may very well get better. But Braxton Jones is taking on some tough matchups. In this case, it's not so bad. But, like, relatively good footwork, drop into that hug technique and get the ball out. Like, but he protects for about 3 seconds. Reinhardt, they're average now, but Wright could be legit good next year if he steps up like a lot of sophomores do. And if you have an average tackle on one side and a good tackle on the other, Steelers fans are going to be so jealous. It looks, I'll say this, Reinhardt, I had a Packers fan in my comments today on Twitter get really hoity-toity because he was like, only a Bears fan would think it's nearly impossible to find a good tackle outside of the first round. No, that's data. The Packers are just the outlier. The fact that the Packers find the fact that the Packers are the ones that found David Bakhtiari in the 3rd and the 4th, or they find Zach Tom in the 4th round, and they found an undrafted free agent that's a decent swing tackle is insane. It's just Green Bay, and it makes it look so easy. But look at any other team in the NFL, and it's so hard. Like, it's so hard to find good tackles. And I'm so excited that the Bears actually look like they have decent tackles because, man, that rules. Like, that really, really rules. You can do so much with decent tackles. But, man, I hate this. Akusa, it's funny you say that, like, the other one was his worst play of the day. I think this is his worst play of the day because I don't know how you get strip sacked with this much time in the pocket. To me, the fact that this turns into a strip sack with almost 5 seconds of pocket time is unconscionable. And I think I know what Justin Fields is thinking because I've covered him for nearly 30 games now. Justin Fields is thinking that neither of his posts are open and the only thing he wants is a first down and that anything underneath does not count in Justin Fields' eyes, which is problematic because the only open receiver, if you're not going to count the check down, is absolutely DJ Moore, who's very, 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 very open. Like, especially for an NFL standard. You don't like it? Khalil Herbert's right there. But I'm not trying to be a check down merchant. Justin Fields is staring, I'm pretty sure, at either Chase Claypool, thinking maybe I can fit that in there. No, you can't. Like, nearly nobody can. Or he's looking at DJ Moore, but he decides not to throw it for a reason I don't understand. And if Lucas Patrick isn't there, and you never know if he's going to be, like, you never know if a teammate's just going to stare at the freaking ball for you because he just about starts running and Vita Vea jumps on that ball, we lose points. Like, we lose points. And so you might be thinking of a different one, Reinhardt, purely because, like, does he really? Yeah, if you threw this ball with anticipation, you might be able to get it there. Maybe. But I do think he's thinking of a different one. Moreover, this is there. Like, and I'm not trying to be too hard. That's a hilarious way to put it, Grant. Jay Cutler fits it to Claypool a third of the time, but he throws it every time. Slim Jim, I got you. I got you, baby. Like that, but let's see. To me, it's the pocket presence. Like, people are talking about the Bears have coached Justin Fields not to run. This is Fields' call. Like, it's hard for me to look at this film and think that they've coached Fields to sit in the pocket. But I hear you, Shake, but that other safety is in enough position. It doesn't help anything that you got to remember that football is a matchup sport, and we have to figure out which one's Antoine Winfield. And would you believe it? It's that safety. This guy will kill you. Like you might die. not literally, obviously, but these throws take a long time. Like, if you throw this with insane anticipation, if you throw this like right now, maybe Winfield doesn't get there. But if we throw it there, we get rocked. And if we get rocked, Chase Claypool is going to fight you at halftime. Like, it could get nasty out there. So turning that down is fine. We don't win every play, but it happens. Who pushed? Who pushed on the back of whose head? Oh, man. I didn't see that blind. But let's talk about defense because the subject's pretty depressing. If there is one play, let me see. Are there any specific offensive plays that you want to talk about? Because as the game continues, it feels to me like the offensive game plan deteriorates, like the details. That it's no surprise to me that with as bad as things were, it starts getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse from an offensive play calling perspective. We hit most of what we had early on. And then here's Cody Whitehair getting flat smoked. This is one of those Vita Vea stunts that I talked about, and Whitehair is just not big enough, and he's not deep enough to handle it. But Vita Vea is a whole man. Prabat, perfect. Catch you soon. New poster. It's tough for me because I think a good coaching staff has... Okay, I want to be rational. I like Tyreek Stevenson. So I don't want to cape for him just because I like him. Terrell Smith, Tyreek Stevenson. Like... I guess there's just two rookie DBs, but I can't help but think that lookout block. I love it, but like I don't see them getting set up to win, especially because the pass rush is so bad. Kind of like how we're talking about how the offensive line is rough, but looks even rougher because of the quarterbacks. Because of the quarterback play in the offense. I can't help but think that the DBs don't look near as bad if the Bears aren't sending blitzes that flat aren't getting home. Like, Tyreek gets hosed this whole game. I'm not about to defend him. Mike Evans daddies him a couple times, and I really won't use that word often because I'm not a Zoomer. But it doesn't help that Tyreek Stevenson has to cover for 4 seconds as a rookie. And when you do that, you're going to get picked up. Or, like, you're going to get picked apart. The play that I will fault the hardest is that 4th and 2. The run. Let's do defense now. We can come back to offense if we get really crazy, but we probably won't. DBs are a team unit. No other way around it. So we'll start at the top. We'll go from there. Let's see. I can't help but think, Mario, that Flus may not be helpful. Like, I'm glad you're asking the question because I think it's an interesting question, but I can't help but look at what Flus is asking for, wondering if he's like doing anything to help him. So one game I want to play is I want us to, you should see some actual positives here early in the game. I thought Flus did a much better job with disguise, but I'm going to try to stop this pre-snap and we're going to read the defense. Okay. So looking at this defense, whenever I see the Bears in a line, that is their cue for cover 2. So maybe the Bears sit in cover 2. This is how we pick up formation tendencies. But when the Buccaneers started doing something that is incredibly common in the league right now, this is so normal, but the Bears don't do it. Like, at least not that often, where they're going to start in a receiver set that has, like, honestly, split the field. Because really all I'm talking about is what's going on over here. You're going to have a receiver motion, and he's going to set up right behind this receiver, because that changes this alignment from a 2x2 or a 2 receiver side, your standard 2 receiver side. It switches the number 1. Right now, he's number 1. He's number 2. This is DB terms. So let's say Jaquan Brisker, his assignment is to read 2-1. That means you check if number 2 is running a vertical, and then you push your eyes out to number 1. And then if number 1 was running a vertical, you would get sideways. If number 2, say, broke it off inside. So like if this is the play call right here, then if Brisker is reading 2-1, which is probably not, then that's what Brisker would do. There's a little more of that happens in match cover defenses, but I digress because I don't want to talk about things that I'm jealous of. The point is that somebody asked earlier, what do we think of the Tampa Bay offensive coordinator? Well, this little motion sets you up where now he's number 1 and he's number 2. And if not everybody's paying attention, you can create some jailbreak plays off of guys misreading things. But it doesn't really matter because what looks like it was going to be a Sanborn blitz, by the way, because Sanborn rockets down here. So now we know that they may show you cover 2 and hard rotate to cover 3 becomes a run play. And Morrow comes up, Sanborn rolls over, Billings gets beat about as bad as he's going to get beat all game. So I hope I've still got you with me, Joe Calzano, so that we can go through the defensive line stuff because it's great. Reinhardt, I hope you're being sarcastic. Or do you hate match coverage? I'm curious now. I love hearing the shuffle come on. Second play, this is a heartbreaker. Bears look to me like they could easily drop into cover 2. Maybe they're sitting in cover 4. This would be a pretty common cover 4 look. And then I would bet you he's blitzing. Just based on the way he's lined up, based on the way it looks like Edwards is lined up, it wouldn't surprise me if he sits in coverage, but he's definitely lined up like he's coming. He doesn't, it looks like. So what do we see here? I think it's 4. Okay. So we sit in 4, which the Bears don't do all that often. And then who makes the play? But our guy, Andrew Billings. And kudos to Jaquan. I thought Jaquan looked a step slow for a large chunk of last year. But here, nice break on the ball. Man, we catch this and the Bears might run the Bucs out of the building. Like, because I don't think Baker gets near as comfortable if he throws a pick 6 immediately. Because you say you talk about like Baker being in gamer mode. Baker gets comfortable, partially because the Bears don't hurt him ever. And if you throw that early, like, man, yeah, it is. Also, I want to just quickly spotlight the big man moving with unironic, like, sometimes I'm hyperbolic. I'm sure sometimes I'm hyperbolic. Andrew Billings is unreal. Like, look at this. Like, what is this footwork for a 330-pound man? Hard outside, big step inside, sweeps inside, gets the man looking for like a stunt or something, and then rips past him. This is sick. This is so sweet. He gets his eyes wrong. He must get him thinking it's a stunt. But like hard plant, splits the double, gets home. Like Billings is playing some of the best ball he's ever played in his life. And I would know he's a Baylor Bear. But yeah, Reinhardt, it is as if we have Diet Dex Lawrence. But of course, he comes off the field on 3rd down. So 3rd and 8, where's Billings? Nowhere. So it looks to me like we are, yes, it's 5 down. I bet you we're bringing 5 flat pressure. And then we want like cover 4 with, let's see, I don't know who's going to take him. But let's see, they may be dropping somebody out. They do. This is where kudos to Flus. Seriously, I will dog on Flus a lot this game because I don't like a lot of the defensive structure. But he does use some of the better disguises that he's used literally all year. There's just a caveat, right? So let's watch the play and then we'll talk about it. What goes wrong? One, it would help if Tyreek could cover Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin's a heck of a player. Now, I'll tell you that from my own scouting report, like, I don't think Tyreek is good at spot drop zone. It is weird to me that they brought Tyreek in to play spot drop zone. Like, what was his name? Vic Fangio. Oh, yeah, him. Like, when he had Prince Amukamura, he let Amukamura drop into his zones off of press. And Flus is going to get to that too late in this game, in my opinion. But it would have done Tyreek a much better service because this is not his game. If Tyreek has a problem, it's that his hips need oil. And so to me, like, it is strange that they aren't letting Tyreek get his hands on his guy, because if you can get Tyreek to flip his hips, yeah, Chris Godwin's going to beat you. But also, how'd Baker get the throw off? So there's a second problem, and that's that Flus gets the disguise right. But it comes at the cost of the fact that we are going to blitz from some pretty heavy depth. So blitz depth is a thing, right? And within blitz, or like, the gist is you could walk up here and then, well, not there literally. Like, you could walk into the hole. You could have Edmonds sit in this hole and blitz from there, right? Or not. Like, you could have him blitz from here. But when you blitz from depth, you got to get home. Like, you got to get home in a hurry, because if the quarterback gets the ball out, it is as if the blitz wasn't there, right? Like, it helps. The blitz technically, you could argue, kind of worked, right? Because we're able to get the free runner at the quarterback. But if the free runner at the quarterback doesn't affect the play, did it work, right? And again, I bet you the linebacker coach or whoever designed the blitz is going to say, well, I need a corner that's going to hold off Chris Godwin. This is a tough assignment. Like, this is not easy. One-on-one on a true island with a guy that actually can take you the distance and a quarterback that's willing to throw it with a little anticipation. Like, give Baker his flowers. That's anticipatory. Like, Baker is full loaded, ready to rip this thing. Godwin has not turned around. Ball is well in flight. This is when Chris sees it. Like, he finally gets to his stance with the ball there, right? And so you can see that it's just, yeah, it's not meshing, right? And to your point out here, maybe you could say it's a bad play. Like, yes, it's more to say new poster that at least when I look at it, I see. I was talking to a friend of mine that basically complained about somebody in his life that wanted to do a bunch of blitzing from depth, and that this happened a lot, where because of the coverage types that they were playing, I mean, let's use another example. If Chris Godwin had just run a little hitch, now the blitz doesn't matter, the ball comes out, and Tyreek has to make a tackle. We, as Bears fans, feel better about that, but the blitz still doesn't help you, right? Like, had we gotten, I don't know, I've seen some teams where they'll have their guy cheat or walk up. It wouldn't surprise, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and clicker talk this play because I do think it's too easy, but you're going to see with a lot of the Bears blitzes that they do blitz from depth, and against an anticipatory quarterback, That's probably not good enough. Against Justin Fields, you can get away with it. I'm just being real with you. But against Baker, like, he's going to let that ball go and he stays standing up. Like, new poster, I agree that you can't expect to get pressure within 2 seconds on every play, but when you send 2 extra rushers, so you send 6 on this play, now you're kind of begging for it. Like, it's the Brian Flores gambit. If you're going to send 5, 6, 7 rushers, you got to be able to get home. Like, or else, what as a corner can you sit on? Like, he gets burned, he being Tyreek, later in the game because he trusts the rush. The rush has to get there on some of these plays. The defenses will design for it. I know it sounds easy to be like, to say, well, the corner's got to cover. And he does. Definitely needs to be better. And he, as a rookie, got bodied. Like, it's still an L for Stevenson. But are we putting our guys in the best position we can to succeed? That's kind of the question. But maybe I'm overcoaching. Maybe I'm like, feel free to disagree with me. Never feel like what I said is law. It's a take. WFM, it's just more Bears, I guess. But so big run on their side. Don't have the bodies. He expects a vert in that, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Ooh, Reinhardt, I'm interested. I thought Edmonds looked fast and athletic. Ooh. He comes down expecting something totally different. And honestly, he just gets I think Edmonds gets a little unlucky. Maybe there's some key that I'm missing. Truly, I might be. But I love Edmonds' speed. I'll tell you what. To me, and this is fine, this is not an insult, TJ Edwards looks more or less like every other linebacker I've ever watched in my entire life. Tremaine Edmonds has been taught by Sean McDermott to not fall for every play action fake in the book. Like right here, look at this. He is so patient with the run action. In fact, he follows the other blockers because he sees the tackle coming out and recognizes, nah, I got to ignore that. And that's fine. Like, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some on nearly any defense. And in a bend but don't break defense, like, this is not the play call that I have the issue with. For me, it's all the third down stuff. Like, we get beat on first down. Okay, that sucks, but it is what it is, right? We get beat on third down that often. I hate that. And so let's see there's Tyreek making a nice little play. It's truly nothing to sneeze at. I'll tell you what, Tyreek's athleticism is pretty outrageous, if you ask me. I mean, obviously we need to see better coverage, but he's got explosion in his steps. And it wouldn't be surprising. Let me see, Mario, what you're talking about. If Kyler was healthy, even Blackwell, Jalen would have been able to just shadow Mike Evans. I like that. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the defense did really miss Kyler on this specific day, and then they started to lose all their safeties, which doesn't help anything. Looks like, let's see, I don't think it's Green. Oh, well, Green doesn't get blocked. Oh, no, he does. He goes through 88. Yay. We beat a tight end. Green actually has a couple decent pass rushes in this game. There's just not enough. And then, let's see, is it second down? You'll see some nice reps from the rookies. They come intermittently, right? And yeah, exactly, Lorenzo. Like, me personally, I can flip it back here. I never know which side of the defensive line is easiest to see, but this stuff, I like it from Pickens. Like, from Pickens in particular, seeing him hop up, establish his hands, win this lane, and then get roughly like halfway back into the other lane. Well, it's our second NFL game, and we were pretty raw in the first place. Like, this is a good run rep, if you ask me. Turns the runner back towards Rasheem Green, and at that point, we need, I think it's Edwards, to come off the edge and go make a play for us. But as a nose tackle, you did your job. I like it. Here's another run rep. The big issue with the rookies is consistency. Like here, for instance, on one hand, it's kind of badass because Gervon Dexter just chucks his dude. On the other hand, it's kind of what we talked about earlier in the stream. He chucks his dude. In so doing, the running back picks up a first down over him. So think what you will. Like, I think how high Dexter gets is just bizarre. I can't think of another player that I've seen do this. I didn't see him do it at Florida. If he did do it at Florida, everybody else was doing it too. Because I really would have thought that I would have seen this. Like, his shoulder pads up here, his, like, the guy he's going up against, so much lower. And, like, here's Zach Pickens, shoulder to shoulder with his guy. Like, he's able to get crazy low. It's like Dexter can't get low enough in the first place. Maybe it is just a straight up height problem because he is really, really strong. Don't let me make it sound like Gervon Dexter isn't really strong from a natural strength perspective. It's pretty insane. But, oh man, did we hold? Oh, we did. Okay. 3rd and 11. Man, that's twice so far this season. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. But like twice this season on the opening drive, the Bears force the ideal down they want to. And then something like this happens. And like this is unacceptable, in my opinion. Sure, again, if I wanted to, I could complain about the rush not getting home. But the Bucs are pass protecting with basically everybody they have. Who do they have? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-man pass protection, right? We would like a slightly better coverage rep. Again, would it be nicer if we were in press? I don't know, maybe. But this is getting danced pretty hard. And it wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit of this that's just, to be honest with you, a rookie going up against Mike Evans freaking out. I would. Say what you will, but like Jalen, for instance, just flat looks more comfortable. But also, Jalen does a better job of playing more aggressive. This is what I would have expected. Maybe the alignment is part of what they're doing. Very possible. But Jalen walks up with him a little more. And I think this would benefit Tyreek a lot. Because Stevenson sitting over the top, or like sitting on the sticks, like a bird on a fence, is not helping him, if you ask me. Like, Jalen just walks with his guy. Partially because Jalen's got all of the, or partially because Jalen's got all the experience in the world. It does look like Stevenson's got safety help, but it's worth remembering that if he goes outside, no chance he's getting there. Let's see, Bradley. It looks to me like cover 3. So we've got what I think is 3, and then you've got Eddie Jackson picking up 10 underneath. So if Evans went towards the outside file, it would be Stevenson's responsibility. And if he thought Evans was posting, which it looks like he thinks he does, then he would be running with him. It also looks like Evans throws a bit of a shiver up at the top. Watch Tyreek's like body language. It looks like he just bodies him there, which I mean, yeah, if they're going to let you do it, do it. I would want DJ Moore to do the same thing, or any physical receiver. There's a lot of contact at the top of the route, and Mike Evans is outstanding for a reason. This is great practice for Justin Jefferson. It won't get any easier, but it is a sweet game by number 13. He does a lot of this. The Chris Godwin rep is one that we would love. We would probably still love. We would love to be more competitive on any of these, but rookie corner is rookie corner. Like, let's see. Coach, both receivers throw it about the same. Like, throw the arm and elbow, Grant, 100%. First down. Let's see what happens here. We have this issue that I've seen where our 3-tech isn't very good. Like, Justin Jones did not have a great game, but now 2 games through, there's a lot of plays where Justin Jones, like, look at this. This, to me, this is a nightmare, right? Other people that know more about defensive line, you tell me. Because to me, one thing that does not help is that the gap between elite, like plus, and like bad, minus, is wide. Like, honestly, the gap between pretty okay, where like plus, minus, and plus is pretty insane. This doesn't look easy, but at the end of the day, I would imagine that you as a three tech probably can't allow free access to your linebacker and for 78, even if it is Tristan Wirfs, to just get in front of you like that. And the running back just basically steps around everybody, which doesn't help anything. Eventually, you need better talent, but you'd swear sometimes that everybody just has to avoid number 97 and they're fine in the run game. And in many cases, 97 makes himself nearly unavoidable. They do a really good job here chipping the snot out of him and getting him to turn his shoulders so the running back can run off the back of everybody. So it's a good run by the back. He does a really good job. But wait, Spectre. Problem is the three tech has to be fast. Like I love me some Billings, but you're stashing him in the middle of the defense so that he can be a problem. Now, good news is Andrew Billings takes losing downs really, really personally. And so, man, is this sweet or what? Buck center isn't very good, but like Billings just throws him on the ground and turns the runner until the point where the runner has just nowhere left to go. And Justin Jones runs over the back of him as if he's stunting almost. But I mean, Spectre, good players do that, right? Here, let me see if I can show you from this angle because it's this quick little angle and this center just gets completely overwhelmed. And Billings nearly made no tackles on the day, but he is outrageously disruptive. Second down, let's see. What do the Bears look like they're in? It looks like 2. I mean, they do this a lot, but it does look like 2. Let's see if it is. Wouldn't surprise me if it's 2. Specifically, maybe it's Tampa 2 because of what Edmonds is doing, but it's 2. And if it's cover 2, we just throw there. Godwin does a good job of getting outside. And I guess, that's just bad. That's just bad all around. So this isn't DB school, and I've never been in, I can't steal JT's words. I've never been a DB. I would love at some point to grab a DB coach and ask him about this kind of stuff. But Terrell Smith does the same thing. I think this is coached, and it's badly coached. Because if you're in cover 2 and your guy gets to the outside of you and runs up the sidelines, you're effed. You're toast. It's over. Does this make sense? Conceptually speaking, there is no help out here. Nobody's there. Like, if you're going, I know this is hard. I know this is Chris Godwin. If you are going to let him go, you better get up the sidelines, which it looks like he breaks into a stance where he's able to do. I don't know quite what he's waiting on. Maybe he just tries it and can't quite do it. But you got to get him out of the sidelines. Like, I would argue, TA, that obviously he needs experience. You got to remember, every rookie DB that isn't Sauce Gardner looks like this. Derek Stingley early looked awful. And he's like a top 5 pick or top 10 pick, I think. It happens. But that's what I understood it as, Sir Lord. Like, that if he's outside releasing, you just jam the piss out of him. Like, my understanding that I was talking to a DB guy about this, like at some other spot, is just jam the hell out of him, push him into the sidelines, and make him come back onto the field. Because like you're saying, Grant, he has flat responsibility. He doesn't have to do that. It's fine. But because we don't get a better jam, Godwin gets a shot at a ball that if Baker was any more accurate, we're toast. Oh, now discussing does need an update. Thank you. Come on. No kidding, Archer. Oh, I'm not worried about Stevenson. I'm really not. But the idea that we're giving up these throws is something I don't like. I mean, to me, I look at this and I'm like, this is an NFL offense, and we're giving Baker all the time in the world to make this throw. Like, if Baker settles himself, if Baker recognizes how much time he's about to get, he does not have to work this hard. Like, because he's throwing because of the flat fake from a side position. Like, it's sweet, but this is it to me. This is too open. I mean, I think it's obvious. I think it's easy to look at this stuff and be like, well, duh, it's too open. Duh, we don't want this to happen. We're gonna get better. But like, we're letting the quarterback play us because once we get high load like that, basically, if Baker got a second shot at it, he's an NFL quarterback. He should hit it. I do like the Stevenson pick, Rudy. I think you can never go wrong with adding more DBs, especially if the Bears are going to be this bad and they aren't going to re-sign Jalen Johnson. You'd be short at corner immediately. I'm not saying that I love not having a center, but I see Ryan Poles as building a house that's not near done yet. And so as much as I like adding a center, I liked specific centers. And I liked JMS, but this offense was begging for more guys that could move fast. And JMS isn't a guy that could crazy move fast. And so when Tipman wasn't there, I think they wanted Ricky Stromberg in the 4th round, and he got picked in the very late 3rd, and I bet they were crushed, honestly. It doesn't bother me. But so, Peter, I don't think so, because I don't think higher RAS players are like worse football players. If anything, I think it's the opposite. Like, you see more Daz Newsome stories, and have we heard anything about BJ Ojolari? Is he winning? Like, generally speaking, if you aren't athletic, there's sometimes that reflects poor ability. I mean, it obviously hasn't hurt Jordan Addison, right? Like, you'll get plenty of guys where you go, well, he's not fast. What about him, right? But in many cases, yeah, the athletic freak is also really good at football. Would you believe it? But so let's see. It was Pete Carroll or somebody that said that level of you get no second chances once the ball is in the end zone. Like, right. Addison is really deceptive. And Q, I was crushed about Stromberg too. Are you saying Justin Fields is a Raz god? At quarterback in particular, I don't know. Let's see. Yes, athleticism isn't just about speed. For instance, Kyler Gordon is a pretty meh Raz guy. I think he's one of the most athletic people on this team because his agility and his ability to just change direction whenever he wants to is right up there with Tariq Cohen. And you can make a dangerous DB out of a guy like that. Like a dangerous DB out of a guy like that. Rudy, I'd love to. My understanding, believe it or not, is that the Bears PR explicitly tells people not to ask questions. Like, let's say I walked up and I said, okay, Matt, you run a lot of cover 2 and you switch to different coverages. And why do you do this when you know that this isn't going to work? My understanding is that the Bears PR would pull me aside and strip me of my press pass. Like, for as much as people give the press grief, they're literally not allowed to ask better questions than the ones that they ask. And they don't literally count themselves lucky. They're as frustrated as you are, is basically what I'm getting at. And so if there's any way for the coaches to say that scheme and I won't answer that, they will. And so it gets hard. Like, I can promise you the media is trying. Like, you may want the media to take a different direction. You may want the media to tell a different story. Those are totally fine. They're doing their best. And the Bears are giving them nothing. The Bears is relatively antagonistic, like towards their own beat, which is not great. But let's see. How could you besmirch or call into question the people you have to have a working relationship with each day? Yes, that too. Like, of course, anytime, Rudy. Like, happy for it. I think it's a common misconception, and it's not like people ask the beat reporter and then they don't get, I don't know. I would imagine that if you ask Dan Wiederer, why don't you guys ask better questions? He'd just get mad. And so I'll say it for Brad Biggs. I'll say it for Zach Pearson. I'll say it for like all the beat guys that I know are grinding nearly every day. Like, it's not easy. You can't look Matt Nagy in the eyes and go, I think you suck. Or he's going to hate it. But so what? I did update it. Right? Did I not? Let's see. It says I updated it on my side. Let's see. If I transition, what happens? Okay, that'll do. So here's a nice little double motion that again does that 1 to 2 into the 2 to 1 thing. So they go 1 to 2 to 2 to 1. Also, they get like both tight ends nubbed up on the line of scrimmage. Looks like we're in. I mean, I always assume 2. The Bears run so little 4 that I always assume they're in 2. But from this high alignment, the Bears really like to roll into cover 3. So I would be expecting that too, based on the alignment of the corners. Wouldn't shock me if the Bucs are just going to run the ball and it doesn't matter. Thank you, Bradley. Yes. Yes. But so within that, let's see. Here's a little more Pickens being. Oh, we got to come off that, man. Like, Pickens does a relatively good job keeping his lane. Oh, come off it, come off it, come off it. No. Rookie stuff. Dexter comes back over and makes the play. Sure. I can't wait for some of the later stuff here and there. Like, once we get to some other parts of coverage, I probably could already be highlighting him, to be honest. Like, but Tremaine is very fast, and I tend to think that even Eberflus, but also another defensive coach could easily pick him up and work with it. But let's see. Potash, yeah, no, Potash does not care. It doesn't seem like he does. But I also know Potash takes a ton of heat. Jordan, you get a little bit of sim, but it's as if the Bucs don't believe it, and nor should they, because the Bears aren't going to send Edmonds in many of those cases. And yeah, that's a good point, Jordan, because you really do see it a lot. Early downs, the Bears are going to call cover 3. Late downs, the Bears are going to call cover 2. There's almost an element of, well, don't bite the disguise. Why would you bite the disguise? They're going to do this for you. Like, it's a later down. We're going to probably call cover 2. And so they just run the ball on 3rd and 2, and they get it. Because at the end of the day, the Bears don't have the horses. And why on 3rd and 2? Love them. We have both of the rookies in. Makes nearly no sense to me. You tell me. Reinhardt, great stuff. Like, am I going too crazy? Am I? Like, it's 3rd and 2. It's 3rd and 2. Why are we playing 6 in the box? Like, we're giving away a hat on a hat. Is this crazy? Is this crazy? Anybody who's in here, tell me if I'm nuts. I love hearing the shuffle. Every time we hear the shuffle, I get excited. I'm gonna be honest with you. But like, looking back, this is 3rd and 2. This is 3rd and 2. We're playing this like it's 3rd and 8. Like, I understand they've got, I don't know, 2 DBs out there, but like, we have 6 in the box, hat on a hat. Like, this feels like the wrong call. Like, oh, that one, Jordan, was so bad. But like, even this, like, who do we think we have on the field? If you're going to do this, I assume you think that Gervon Dexter is Andrew Billings. Like, if you had Billings on the field, I'd let it go. Because he's been that good. And sometimes you got to let your players go make you a play. Especially in a bend don't break situation where you're on that side of the 30 and you're trying not to get gashed. Because the moment you push too many guys forward, maybe you get gashed. But what the heck? Like, we just gave away a first down. Like, I'm losing my mind. I didn't pick this one up and highlight it when I was originally going through it. Because that's too easy. That is way too easy. Like, we just gave away. You got to remember that for the defense, you have to be +1. Like, the offense is trying to get to 0 in the run game. Like, the defense is the one who has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 +1. The moment you're +1 in the run game, you would consider your defense set because the quarterback doesn't count. You expect to be able to have enough numbers to cover everybody else in any other situation. When the offense is able to get to 0, or God forbid they're actually +1 in the run game, they should be able to, like, you should be able to stop the run. Look at that. We were 0, or like, we were +1 in the run game. And so they do it later in the game, Jordan, because it feels like they start throwing stuff at the wall. And I mean, like, again, you need your Jimmys and Joes. How fun is it? How fun is it watching Billings just dumpster his dude? Like, this is fine, because now you're just throwing him into the path of the runner. Like, this is awesome, if you ask me. Billings not only throws his guy a kusai, but he says, I see you running this way, and I raise you your teammate. And kudos to Edmonds. Edmonds is a disruptor. Like, if I sit here and I talk too much about Tremaine Edmonds' athleticism, it's because the faster your guys are, the faster they hit a hand in the play, and then somebody else comes and cleans it up. Like, that's a good run stop. The Bears defense is not actually untalented. I think that there are going to be some people, Jordan, you tell me if I'm crazy. There are going to be some people that are going to say that this Bears defense doesn't have the talent to be any better. And Andrew Billings is straight up playing like Dexter Lawrence. Like, what he's doing right now, he's never done this in his career. He's never been this consistently good. I like Billings. He's been way better so far through 2 games. Helps that he's drawn some favorable matchups. Probably won't last forever. Creed Humphrey is going to test him in a huge way. But he's going crazy. Case, you have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out. But it highlights that if we're able to get stops off of raw talent, why are we losing? And on a lot of snaps, it's because we give that away. Like, it's because do we send a blitz? Let me see. No, it's just basic cover 3. What is this? Cover 3 cloud, I think. So they're going to cloud Tremaine or Tyreek Stevenson. They said enough is enough. And then they're just going to have Chris Godwin run a hard in. Maybe we want, let me see. Ooh. Honestly, this is one of the oldest, most basic play designs of the book. And it is a cover 3 beater, cover 3, cover 4, depending on how you want to call it. Because maybe you'd consider this cover 4, but 22 gets his eyes out here. So I don't know. Maybe he's helpful. Wouldn't surprise me if it's 3. But so it's a post, and then it's an in. And the post clears out Eddie Jackson, and then the in takes on Jalen Johnson. And if you're able to sit here in the pocket forever, then yeah, you're going to be able to make this throw. You look at Evans, you don't like it. Kudos to Baker, plays crazy on time. Like, and look at who almost eats him. Like, I want to show Billings because he rules. Like, he gets double swipe into, what is this? Like, double team, swipes off Kappa. I think that's Alex Kappa. May not be. Gets into 70 and throws him into Baker Mayfield. Baker has to make a strong throw deep under pressure. Oh, Baker's dialed. Like, you have to remember, Otter, like, the scary thing about watching Baker Mayfield is that this is a requisite NFL quarterback. Like, yeah, sure, you could say Baker's playing, but like, this is normal. This is normal NFL quarterback. And he's able to just drill this throw. But it is, let's see. I really don't think you'd call this 2. I don't know if it matters. It looks like 4. It depends on what you think Stevenson's doing, basically. I keep going back and forth. It doesn't matter. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but maybe some defensive coordinator is going to come in and be like, you're a dumbass. And I'd accept that if that happens. But like, whether they're playing 3 or whether they're playing 4 right here with the zones a little more like that, it doesn't really make a difference because once Tyreek presses, it's kind of all the same over here. And once nobody comes into Hicks's lane, he's going to push out that way. And the two are kind of going to mimic each other. Like, as soon as, like, let me see. Honestly, in his case, as soon as he sees that Reek has him pressed up, he's like, all right, that's not there. This is what I wanted anyways. Let's see, because of the depth that Tremaine gets. I like that. That's a good cue. And because we see him hunt into the flat, he follows the running back. I think it's 4. It's probably 4 with a press tag. Plus, the concept that we drew out for the Bucs is a cover 4 beater. So Mayfield plays it really well. But the Bears give up just a lot of these. And some of it's because of the rush. But some of it's because the coverages are just easy to read. Oh, shoot. Jackson's ankle bites it again. That is not good. I did not expect to be doing injury or what is it, injury review, but this is exactly how he got hurt against the Jets. Gosh, I hope his ankle's okay. I mean, he's bordering on 30. Like, I love Eddie. We're almost done here. And so I won't say anything. I hope he comes back. But like, man, that's bad. And it doesn't help anything that now you got both backup safeties in, and they just keep getting lost. Jordan, I tend to think that you need a better defensive line to really play. But you would think that from a Flus defensive perspective, that the back end talent is enough to do things here. Never stopped. He's been quiet so far, but the pass rush has been worse this year than it was last year, and I didn't think that was possible. On third down. Because on second down, oh, by the way, yes, they dropped Andrew Billings into coverage. Bears go, looks like 3 to me. Baker's able to get some of the yards back off of first down. Probably RTA, but you got to know when you... The main thing, TA, that I find unacceptable is taking the position of, well, if we had a 3-tech, this would be better. You don't. And you knew you didn't in May. Like, you knew you wouldn't get one either. So unless they'd been having conversations about like, okay, well, we're probably going to get you Chris Jones, then like, maybe that's a different conversation. And now Flus feels like the plan got blown up. But like, I would sit here, TA, and say, yeah, what if you did have a 3-tech? Oh, wouldn't that be cool? You don't have one. Like, you do have to coach around your players, at least to some capacity. And that means doing more of what Flus did, but you can feel Flus nearly doing it spitefully because they didn't do half of this stuff against Green Bay. And then Flus goes back to what Alan Williams was doing later in the game. Would love to see Yannick finish this, obviously. And honestly, Spectre, wouldn't disagree. I'll tell you what, these plays, the guy who likes DBs inside of me loves what Tremaine Edmonds does on plays like these. Like, steps in, immediately recognizes the play fake, has the athleticism to speed turn and robot with 41. And it's a simple little motion. But gosh, I'm so excited because this is not literally, so don't take this too literally, but like when Fred Warner does this stuff, people go berserk. Like linebackers that can move in space and can feel a passing lane are so good. And I sit here like, you're right, Otter. I sit here thinking we can use this, especially if we had a daggum pass rush. The Bills' pass rush isn't imposing. It's just requisite. Like, they'll get home in 3 seconds or something like that. And so, exactly, Akusai. We got to take last year's sack leader, put him at edge rusher. Easy. Is this one of them? So Billings has 6 pressures. I think we've already seen 2 of them. He has another one, I'm pretty sure, coming up. The sack dodge is... the sack dodge sucks. Like, it's always too bad. I know everybody... To me, if there is one thing, this might constitute me just hating. But a lot of Justin Fields dodging stuff in the pocket can be a little overrated, if only because guys like Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield will also get out of tackles. Like, really good footwork when a professional athlete is flying down at full speed. You can make a miss, not 100% of the time, but a hard, violent movement, you can do it. And I don't know. I'm not trying to take away what Justin's special at. He is really, really, really special as a runner. But it's getting hung up on stuff when he's not hitting his first read and his first read's open, or when he's not getting through to his third read. Because to me in the NFL, you need to be able to go 1, 2, 3. It bums me out that JT says it so often that now it sounds like I didn't come up with it, because I didn't come up with it. Quarterback coaches for forever have come up with it, but I'm really working hard to deliver unique content instead of everything just sounds like it's regurgitated from JT O'Sullivan, to be honest with you. You have a great night too, Slim Jim, but you need to be able to get to your third read in the NFL. And Justin's really struggling, frankly, getting to read number 2 sometimes. And so I want to see him get through his reads faster. To me, getting through your reads is not a great reason to, it's a good reason to bench somebody, but it's not a great reason to get stoked about Nathan Peterman, because that's like considered basic. Like, let's be so clear. Why is Tyson Bagent like exciting, but also not amazing? It's because Tyson Bagent might be a requisite NFL quarterback. 1-to-1. Would you rather have Baker Mayfield or Tyson Bagent? Well, probably Baker. Guy got picked number 1 overall. Like, you start to get into this talent comparison where it's like, you know who else can go 1, 2, 3? Geno Smith, Derek Carr, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Ryan Tannehill. Like, going 1, 2, 3 is not that difficult. Justin's making it look really difficult. The fact that Bagent can do it, well, so can Nathan Peterman. But does Bagent have the arm to push the ball outside the numbers with pace and get it into a cover 2 hole shot? Maybe he does. Maybe Bagent wins because his anticipation is just hell on wheels. Could be. The stuff that he worked in the preseason was primarily old school West Coast, everything under 15 yards, outside of that one sweet throw on 4th down. So we really don't know. Like, the only shot downfield that we really saw, he missed. And it sucks because it was there. And obviously we would love for Carlson, the tight end, to catch it. But all that to say, because like, I didn't stop, I guess, here to just like dunk. It's more like everything about Justin Fields has been, we all know this, projection. Like, we've been excusing 150-yard games since Jump Street. That's totally fine. It is totally fine. Like, his talent is worth it. Of course you're going to let him do, like, of course you're going to give him a long leash, because Zeke, link in the donation is great. Thank you so much. Because Justin Fields could do amazing things. It's just, once you get to the point when Justin Fields isn't the dude, and it should be a longer leash than what the Bears may be giving him, we'll see. Because if the Bears throw him under the bus after this Kansas City game, I think I'm going to call that horrible management. And you'll see it on Twitter and any social media where I have any footprint. Like, to me, to bench Justin that fast is cowardly. Like, you as a coach should have a better handle on this, in my opinion. And plus, we had a lot of QB excuses. Oh my gosh, Derek, so many. Like, it did not help anything that in 2022, the team was hostile to the quarterback, which made things so difficult to go through. Let's see, when you understand that he has the same clock on his legs as a running back, is the leash 2024 less than 500? Otter, I'll tell you right now, if we're having the same conversation, he's got to get through 2023 first. Like, I mean, I love Justin Fields, like, and his talent. I still think Justin Fields is so talented that I think he's a better shot than Trubisky to sit on the bench for a little bit and surge forward as a starter. That said, say what you will, Mitch may very well win some games for Pittsburgh. I thought if Kenny Pickett lost to the Browns, given how poorly he played, that was going to be strike 1 of 3 towards Mitch taking over halfway through the season. I really did think, like, I think that's on the table, because Mitch has come in and won some games for the Steelers. And TA, I don't think Fields is ruined, but I do think that right now Fields is all out of sorts. It is as if you're asking a quarterback to play left-handed with an eye patch on and wearing 2 left cleats, if that makes sense. Like, anybody's going to struggle. None of this feels rhythmic. I think we can all agree with that. That, like, the Fields that we are seeing is not Justin Fields. That is not an excuse. It is simply more people to fire, if that makes sense. And so I look at it and it bums me out. But that's the thing, TA. We don't really know. But I'm with you, Grant. Like, let's see, Grant, so they want to pull him out of the tailspin, but they may try to talk themselves into being a quarterback away from stuffing the ball to DJ Moore. And I think the moment they do that, a lot of other stuff falls apart. But we'll see. Like, and that's the other thing. Like, wait, let's see this. Can we change the moonshot quarterback narrative from start Badgett to sign Cap? That'd be wild. I don't know what Cap would look like nearly 5 years off of playing, and we will get back to the defense here soon. Let me see, BG. You mentioned at this point it feels like the odds of the Bears picking Caleb May are much higher than Fields fixing it all. First of all, I tend to agree with you. Second of all, I have this prevailing theory that I do want to talk to y'all about, where it's the most basic theory you've ever heard, but basically, I look at most of the quarterbacks in the NFL, and most of them have grown, yes, through adversity, but also, like, they succeed. Everybody seems like they can eat one really, really bad season pretty early. But you get to the point where Carson Wentz is still talented, but he's got so much coaching and so much history weighing on him that he's simply not the same. And he's not playing now, right? Like, you get some of these guys that know who they are. I'm talking about Taylor Heineke. I'm talking about Case Keenum. I'm talking about, like, the good backup quarterback guy, right? But, I mean, Jordan, to use your point, like, you call them warts, and you got to burn the warts off. Like, you have to go back into the what's the skin doctor called? I can't remember. Because it's obviously not the pediatrician. It's I think it's a P. But it doesn't matter now. The point is that you have to, like, go through and dermatologist. How did I forget that? But so you got to go to the dermatologist. You got to get that fixed. And that's going to take time on the bench, more than likely. Like, I think personally that there's some team that's going to steal a flat, awesome quarterback. I hope the Bears can get a third for him. Like, I'd love the Bears to get a first for him. I would be fine being aggressive. I can't say this enough. Put Fields aside. I'm so disappointed with this staff that whatever the Bears decide to do, I will be happy with. In a sense, as so long as it ends with the Bears jettisoning Matt Eberflus and Luke Getsy. The details are so poor. The defense is so stale. Like, there are better answers for better things. Like, there are better ways to attack these defenses. There are better ways to defend these offenses. There are better concepts. Like, this whole time, new poster, we're talking about Tyreek Stevenson. We're talking about spot drop. Nobody calls spot drop anymore. Like, zone match coverage was cool 5 years ago. Now it's just, like, normal. And we're still calling spot drop. And I sit here and I think to myself that it just bums me out so hard when I look at this whole system. And I think to myself, it is hard for me to believe that Fields will succeed here. Whether you think Fields is a flat bum or a diamond that the Bears have made look that much rougher, is totally up to you. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not going to tell you how to think. I'm going to tell you I'm just going to tell you what I think and try to leave it at that. But unless things change and change pretty drastically, I don't know what the Bears are going to do to pull themselves out of a tailspin, because it got worse. Like, it is super frustrating, Sean. We don't look for Mike McDaniel. We would have called the Mike McDaniel hire ridiculous. We would have said, you're kidding me. We just hired another person that just happens to know Shanahan. And he's amazing. Like, oh my gosh. Luke Getsy is exactly the guy that the Bears traditionally hire. We always, like, end up there. Let me see. How come the Colt D was so good and suddenly Matt Eberflus is Alessandro? I've got a great answer for you, but it's two names. It's Grover Stewart, and it is DeForest Buckner. Nearly everything will work when you got dudes on your defensive line. Like Danico Autry was another guy that they had. Like we have built this narrative that the Colts had nobody. They had nobody on the back end. And you can teach this defense to bad DBs and they'll figure it out. Like I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying DB talent is harder to leverage inside of this defense because you need defensive lines to speed things up. The whole thing is supposed to be played really fast. You need linebacker talent. You need defensive. Honestly, going back a little bit and then getting back on topic, like 1, 2, 3, when you look at priority. I remember when we were first going through and talking about this defense, I called it a corner-friendly defense. And now all they've done is spend money on corners. And I like it from a team-building perspective. But from this defense's perspective, it is kind of a head-scratcher because you need a stronger front seven in this defense so that simply lining up in your basic cover 2 look is scary. Like, and definitely, Sir Lord, like any defense is absolutely more predicated on talent. But let's put it this way. When we're talking about spot drop zones, for instance, how much does Billings being so good help? Tim, look at how much better the Bears are on first and second down. Like, there's your answer. There's your answer. And they're so, do you remember, Tim, they are allowing a 157.1 passer rating on 3rd down and 4th down. Think about that. Think about how embarrassing that is. Like that is just a few points off of perfection at at that position. But so let me see. Fuzz, I'm not there yet, and I don't know if I'm ever going to be there. Thank you so much, Zeke. You are so awesome. Thank you so much. So when the Bears line up in this look, for instance, the Colts defense, because in this case, that would be Stewart and that would be Buckner, were so good. Like this lineup is imposing. That's it. You just need those 4 to be a problem. But so I tend to agree with you, Jordan. I mean, I see all the athletic ability that I always get super excited about. I liked him in the first place, so I get it. But to me, the problem, going back one more, is that when you look at this defense, a match coverage defense, let's say we're going to design a play that looks like, I don't know, it's going to be a rollout this way. And then we're going to have the tight end like run some out route right there. And then the back's going to run a flat route, or maybe we'll have him pull across and then he'll run a flat and the back will take the ball, go that way. That makes more sense. So we'll go post, we'll go out, we'll pull this tight end across into the flat, and then we'll have the back take the handoff. And I don't know what we're going to do with him. We'll probably do that like drift posty thing that everybody does and just sits down right here. We're following so far. Match coverage when you run a play is going to ultimately turn into man. So Tremaine Edmonds will pick up this guy and then he'll ride with him. And then TJ Edwards will take this guy and he'll ride with him. And then Tyreek Stevenson will take the post. He'll pass it off to Hicks eventually. Spot drop zone, what gets really dangerous is that you'll just have these open pockets of the field that nobody's in. And it's not the plan for anybody to be in there. The plan is, well, the rush will get home before then. What if it doesn't? In the age of mobile quarterbacks, that happens more than ever. And if you don't bring the guy down, you're just screwed. And in match coverage, you need an actual coverage breakdown for that to happen, because the goal is to get a DB or a linebacker inside somebody's hip, or inside every receiver's hip pocket eventually. And in those kinds of settings, you can get exactly what Fields has happen, where eventually all the wide receivers might as well just sit down because they're all covered up. But anyways, like that's the most basic rationale with why I think there are better ways to base your defense. I like, Jordan, what you said, because you're right. A smarter coach won't just throw out spot drop. It has its uses, especially because if they're expecting a zone match and you zone pass on a key second down or something like that, you may just befuddle the quarterback. And if you're really lucky, you may very well just like get yourself an interception off of the quarterback anticipating the DB clearing and the DB doesn't clear. But yeah, Bradley, it does feel right there. like, and so there, it's the problem is, here's another problem, is that because cover two has been run for so long, like in particular, Baker Mayfield. So let's think about it this way. When did he get drafted? He was a first round, or he was a first overall pick in, what was that? 2018, right? So then let's assume 4 years of college, right? So when did he get to college, right? College was probably 2014. And that means, when did he play high school ball? Well, probably starting around 2010. Happenstantially, what had happened about 4 years before 2010. And anybody want to let me know what big event happened in 2006? Like, it's let's think about this. Think about this reasonably, because it's going to make more sense than you think, right? Like, in around 2004, like 2003, 2004, 2006, but let's say 2002. But yes, Sean, you're exactly right. It's the Bears Super Bowl, right? Cover two and Tampa 2 got really, really popular. And so defenses started running it. It's easy to implement. Base your entire defense in Tampa 2 and live with that. So you could teach like one thing. Get the high school kids dropping to specific landmarks and watching the routes in front of them, passing off what was coming, right? So that means that's probably happening starting in 2002. It gets really hot around 2006, makes its way down to the high school level, fully in swing by 2008. Baker takes over, spends 4 years beating it, right? So Baker gets to 2018, gets to hear he's been beating this defense. He's been beating this defense since he started throwing a football. Like, that's another part of the issue here. Innovation isn't literally always good. It's not literally always good. There's some Joe Barry stuff that happens where you're like, Joe, what are we doing? But when you think about why it's hard to run a vintage defense as your base look, it's because this quarterback has so much practice against that look. When Brian Flores, who's the Vikings defensive coordinator, runs like a 3-3-5, so that's like 3 safeties, 1 linebacker with like 2 corners out here. I can't even draw it. It's a weird formation that I don't have memorized yet. If a quarterback played in the Big Ten and avoided Clemson, who uses it the most, like, you've never seen it before. You don't know what the drops look like. Like, this angle right here. Let me see. I mean, he got enough. That's for darn sure, Alessandro. But this angle right here, like the way everybody lines up, like, you're fine. Or in a 3-3-5 or in something you haven't seen, you don't know. How fast can you play? Why did this day look so easy for Baker? He has been doing it since he was in high school, while he was in college, and yeah, during every preseason. Because cover 2 it's a staple. It's been getting run forever. The only problem is that then, what are we doing now? What are we doing now, team? We've got Tyreek Stevenson. First of all, if we didn't already know, we've got Tyreek Stevenson and we've got Jalen Johnson in the middle of the formation. I understand they can, but we are clearly not in zone. And so they motion somebody across the other or like they motion Evans across the formation, and now we're in, if you ask me, we're in like dead in the water, man. Like, I respect the gumption to do this. You need better DBs if you're going to go up against real NFL receivers like Mike Evans, and you're going to give them this much space. I will be surprised, because I actually can't remember the result of this play. Oh, man. Now I get it. Because I remember Baker got mad after this one. And I see what he wanted. I'm sure he ran the play like he was supposed to, he being Trey Palmer. But Baker knows that he's got, have we seen who this is? Because that's Terrell Smith. Like, let's see, we'll get there, Jordan, because I hear where you're coming from, but I have opinions. But so, like, this is Terrell Smith. This is a rookie. If you've done a good job scouting, like, the rookie's going to get on the field and your coach is going to tell you in the headset, hey, right outside, you've got a rookie over there. Like, and so I bet you Baker wanted Palmer, his receiver, to convert this thing to a go. And I'm not saying he definitely would have beaten him, but it certainly would have been a sweet way to challenge a rookie and try to go get you some points. So I get it. And that's a mistake. Honestly, Tampa cost themselves most of their points off of miscommunications and dumb mistakes. And I get you, Jordan, on what you're saying. The problem is that I don't see every DB position as equal. And the moment that you line everybody up and you're going to take, man, that is Jalen Johnson, right? Looks almost short. Yeah, that's Johnson. I mean, the fact to me that Johnson is able to handle slot routes and that Tyreek is able to live with this is, I think that's just really tough. They actually both do it, but that's so hard. Like, now you're asking your guys to be Jalen Ramsey. There's just not that many DBs. Let's make it so clear, guys. There's just not that many DBs that can play inside and outside. Kyler Gordon can't do it. Like, Kyler Gordon was so good as an outside corner until the Lions suddenly realized, why don't we just run him? And then they did. And then they broke open like 2 jailbreak plays and hit one of them. And by run him, I mean they just ran at him. And they ran past him because Kyler's not that fast. Crazy short area quickness, but you need to have stilly long speed to keep up with these NFL receivers, because when Mike Evans comes hard charging at you, you got to have an answer. And it can't be just getting spaced, or you won't last long in the NFL. It's why Jalen Jones, not that one, the Texas A&M one, ultimately couldn't last. He was a pretty good corner, but his long speed was a huge problem. Huge problem. Dropped him like a stone in the draft. This, I feel bad for, by the way. So the Bears bring, this has to be a green dog. Looking at this, originally I thought this was one of the worst examples of blitzes from depth that I could find, but this has to be Hicks just green dogging because the back doesn't get out. But the Bears bring 1, 2, 3, okay, 4, and then they're gonna drop him. Okay, sure. Let's drop 90. Why not? And we almost do a good job. Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. You have no idea. That's awesome. Thank you, Tim. But so, Stevenson is competitive. Evans just elbows him in the face. Welcome to the NFL. It's so egregious, new poster. It absolutely is. But I don't mind a young corner. So you got to remember, I'm taking the long view here. Short term, yeah, this sucks. Long view, man, we got to learn to be more physical, especially as a physical corner. Evan, how you doing? Did you just tune in? And yeah, when both of our safeties are injured, that sucks. But one-on-one, I mean, you can see when the ball, or like as the ball's traveling, Stevenson does a good job getting involved. Evans just smokes him in the face. And that's what I'm thinking, Brandon, is that like this is a good learning moment for I think Evans is the ideal NFL matchup for what you need Stevenson to learn off of. Like Mike Evans might. Emphasis on might. He's either the Hall of Very Good or he's in the Hall of Fame. He's close. Like, I could easily see him as a Hall of Famer. He's going to body you up. And especially if you let a rookie go against him, the argument that you might make, and I will hear you, is if the Bears defense was multiple, maybe they let Jalen shadow him. But most defenses don't. Like, most defenses are going to play sides. So it's not weird that you would play sides. Another option would be to say, screw the running back. Another option that you could think would be that maybe you don't want Edmonds on this. Holy smokes. It is a blitz from depth. What are we? Am I nuts? Because Edmonds has the back. Why does he have the back? All you need to cut this off is if you have Edmonds just sit right here. I mean, I don't know how I'd be designing the defense, so I can't say for sure that like that's what you need to do, but that's what Jalen's playing off of. Like, this inbreaker is covered up because Edwards sits in the lane and he just stays there. Look at that. You can see how much these guys practice. Like, for anybody who doesn't watch as much football as maybe you thought you did, like, you can see how much these guys practice because Edmonds is going to act like he has eyes in the back of his head and break with Godwin, like, for what looks like ESP, but it's just practice. It's just the standard tempo for a standard dig route. And when you get to the NFL, people do that. That's a normal linebacker. It's so difficult. And if we're really, really that worried about the check down, like, can't we have somebody else do it? Like, asking Hicks to blitz from, this is the snap. We're blitzing that far and we're not any closer. I mean, Hicks is a second-year player. Maybe he just got there late, but goodness gracious. Like, talk about giving Baker all the time on earth. Would have still been a sweet play if Stevenson was able to stand up to it. But I don't know. Putting your rookie on an island and being like, beat Mike Evans. Just, does that sound like a winning plan? But I get it. It's what you got to do. I get it. It's the investment. But like, and nobody can, new poster. But at the same time, the offense is going to get the benefit of the doubt on blatant OPI. Like, I mean, Jamar Chase committed blatant OPI. It feels to me, Q, like he drifts too. I would just be surprised. Like, I'm trying to figure out why Edmonds dropped out of that zone. Maybe he thought the other guy went through it. Oblivion, basically, it's as bad as you thought it was. Like, it doesn't look good. Justin Fields doesn't look good in it. And Justin Fields' pace of play in particular is just bizarre. Like, really bizarre. Because there's too many quarterbacks in the NFL that don't play like that. Let me see. The bots are censoring correctly, but we can still see the comments on your screen. Oh, I don't even know what's being said, to be honest. I didn't see the censors. But so, and it 100% new poster. I'm really as much looking at like the process of everything. Like, yes, of course I care about good plays, but oh yes, Evan, thank you so much. And I'm with you. Brandon, thank you for saying something, because I was like, the member and then the donation for Super Bowl Shuffle, I did those today, and I was like, yeah, this rules. We got to take our little things, right? Oblivion, do I think he's trying to play like Rodgers? No. Rodgers gets the ball out so much faster. He's trying to play like just Fields, but he's being coached to play as close to like Rodgers as possible. And I don't know, to be honest with you, Oblivion. Okay, so this is totally just me guessing, right? But Nagy's a former quarterback. I think, I get the impression Nagy can just speak like quarterback whisper language to some degree. Like, Nick Foles kind of balled. Nah, he didn't. Like, Nick Foles balled when Nick Foles was doing Nick Foles' thing. Andy Dalton kind of popped off there for a hot moment, but even that was pretty brief. I don't want to make Matt Nagy more than he is. Nat Maggie and all that jazz. Yeah, going all the way back to Foles, I guess. Justin Jones just gets thrown out of the club. 93 is not helping us. I figured, Mario. As soon as I said it, I was like, how many of these guys aren't former quarterbacks? Like, there's not that many. I know there's one, and I'm forgetting his name. Like there's a RB coach that is now an offensive coordinator. Man, I would do this too. I think the Bears are going to catch this on. Like, not only can you not let Godicke do that to you, but like, so this is a third down defense, and when the Bears go third down, they put DeMarcus Walker in at 3 tech, and when they put DeMarcus Walker in at 3 tech, this is a light front. Like, yes, you've got what, 7 bodies, but I think we can all agree this is as good as it gets. And so you sit here looking at 3rd and 4 and you go, I could probably go get that. And they do. Like, you would need Justin Jones to be a bit more of a dude, but you also have to remember this is part of football that I think that people can forget about. It's 3rd and 4. The Bears are in their pass rushing set. Watch Justin Jones. Can you tell me what he's doing? Right? You don't need to be a defensive line coach. How did he get so out of position? What happened? What happened? I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's pass rushing. Justin Jones is exploding off the ball into a pass rush set. He's not going to read the run because reading the run is for stupid dingus or stupid dingles on 3rd down. I'm going to go get me some quarterback. And Godicke just throws him away for sure, but he's just skipping his rush read so that he can try to go make a play. In so doing, a massive lane opens up and the Bucs are able to get nearly a hat on a hat. It's actually a real shame that Tremaine doesn't insert in this play because it looks like Edmonds has the ability to get in there. But he doesn't. And so they end up allowing a rushing touchdown. Yeah, I might pin that one on Edmonds, but I'm curious we'd have to figure out which gap he has. Like, for all I know, Edmonds has the outside gap or something, but let's see, what is Edwards doing? Edwards is throwing hands. He gets so caught up throwing 69 out of the play that he just doesn't get back for the ball carrier. But Bradley, it does kind of feel like, so Tim, you asked, shouldn't Billings be in for the goal line? You're thinking within the scope of just a standard, shouldn't he be in there? You're totally right. But it's a 3rd down. On 3rd down, the Bears deploy their pass rush offensive or defensive line. This is their pass rush defensive line. So it's almost like getting caught in the plan. Does that make sense, Tim? And so kudos to the Bucs. They go, your plan has a hole in it, and they run through it. And they get a touchdown. 10-7. It doesn't help that you're talking to somebody who sits here through 2 games and goes, we can't be taking Billings off. Like, we could take Justin Jones off. You almost have to find a way to keep Billings fresh for 3rd down because Billings is one of our best pass rushers, which is silly. Shouldn't be a thing. But if we can't move the quarterback, like, we're going to die out here. And so I sit here and I'm like, well, we have to figure out another plan because I would live with the rookies on 1st and 2nd down if it got us more Billings on 3rd down, like if that's really what we need. Here's a nice little play by Edmonds, by the way. Good job getting depth and sitting in this, good job getting depth and sitting in this passing lane as we see Godwin break right there. It's these moments to me when a linebacker looks like they've got extrasensory perception where it's like, okay, that's sweet. Yeah, no kidding, right, Bradley? Quindell probably does have to be better in run support, TA, but I always feel bad for DBs when they're in the meat grinder. Like, it's rarer for NFL DBs who get to the league through pass coverage to put their head down and go to war inside the trenches than meets the eye. Especially because Jordan and any other draft heads in there, I didn't realize how uncommon it is for linemen to be as heavy as they are in the NFL until I started watching college and realized how many 280-pound linemen there are in college. Like, in the NFL, 305 is pretty much a staple. Like, in college, there's a ton of guys that flat out can't wear their weight. And in every conference. Like, it is crazy. It is insane looking at the difference in quality of the offensive lines and the defensive lines in the NFL versus college. And if you need proof, just go ahead and Google Kalijah Cansey and watch his highlights, because oh my gosh, against college I mean, I bet he'll do it against the pros too, to be honest. But against college defensive linemen, sheesh. BG, the good news is, okay, so as long as you stay relatively like 4-3 base ish, Edmonds is probably going to fit. But I think he's so big and athletic that you could get away with him in a 3-4. The responsibilities are going to be different, and God knows that it may take him a while. It really may. Like it feels like it took him a while to learn 4-3, but his instincts feel good now, like relatively good. And so I can't help but think BG, he's not Roquan Smith, not quite. But as far as free agent linebacker goes, he's somebody that you can get about as excited about as you're going to. Silly athlete. And not to mention, I can't help but think that there's an aspect of, okay, did we watch Kyler Gordon? Because I'm going to use a Kyler Gordon reference here, but it all comes to, it comes back to, were you on the stream when we were talking about the Kyler Gordon? Because to me, I've seen it with some players where it's not as simple as they got better. It is as simple as some clicked. Like they got it and now they just get it. The Josh Allen thing, right? Even as people try to talk about how stuff's falling apart around Josh Allen, he gets it. The play gets it. There are these moments we have to prune out. But it used to be, well, how do we get more of the good stuff? Now it's like, okay, let's just not throw all the way down the field into double coverage off of a 7-step drop on 3rd and 7. Josh, what are we doing? Like, just get that out. And then Josh Allen isn't a stupid dingus that ruins otherwise great games. And then look at that. He puts up like 31 in the other case. And Bradley, yeah, unfortunately it does work the other way too. But with Edmonds, I got to tell you, when it comes to flipping him to other schemes, feels like it would be easier to transition him from one scheme to another now that he understood one of them than it would have been to take him from 0 to 1. And we will always thank Sean McDermott for that, because that was 4 years of what looked like very difficult development. And there are going to be some of these plays, by the way, where this is something Edmonds does all the time. Like, there are some players that will fight through the block, and Edmonds is nearly always going to get stopped up by the block, try to get off of it, and then hit. He's not. You're not going into your scouting notes and writing loves contact next to Tremaine Edmonds. And that's okay. Like, you're paying him this money so that he can cover passes for you. You're not paying him to stuff the run. See, look at this, Jordan. Here's a little bit of a sim pressure. Took us till halfway through the second quarter, but like now we're mugging up fronts a little bit. But even then, we're just going to have the linebackers drop to nowhere and allow a slant. Like, this to me is coached, because I know Edmonds can do it, right? Like, we go from sim pressure, but instead of dropping to a landmark or dropping to try to take anything away, we're still going to play straight man across the board. We're going to ask Jalen Jones to win. And if there's one damning thing, I'll tell you what. This is this, by the way, is actually Fields is about to catch a stray. Sorry, Fields. Look at Baker throw this ball into no window. And what would you believe? He catches it. Like, Fields would never throw this ball. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No way. Like, and we would look at it and we would say, it's not open, right? Like, there's no way he'd throw this. At this stage in his career, he's not throwing this. And what a shame, too, because that's an NFL throw. That's a throw that gets made against us every single Sunday and will continue to get made against us every single Sunday, probably 3 or 4 times. Like, the way that the NFL would describe this to you, by the way, is that as your tight end turns inside, they would say, he is between you and your defensive back. Put the ball on his numbers, and it is as if there is no coverage man there. That's all they'd say. It's that simple to them. They'd say, go let your tight end go make you a play. And Kmet may not make the catch, new poster, but it's partially, first of all, it's your quarterback's job to trust that he will try. But second of all, you got 2 more tight ends. Third, he's just not attempting it to Moore either. Like, you'll throw these to Alan Lazard, you'll throw these to ESB, you'll throw these to Chase Claypool. You may hate all the names that I mentioned, but the quarterback's not making him look any better either. Like, that bums me out because I remember seeing this one and being like, damn, Baker Mayfield is making this throw and he's making it look really normal. I don't know what Edmonds is doing, Bradley. I really don't. If somebody else in the chat has a good guess, it looks like he's spying. It really does. Like, the way he's bouncing like this, it looks like he's spying. But part of me sits here and thinks that on 3rd and freaking 8, we can drop. And you've seen him make a throw like that, but he needs to, like, you got to make it more often. When you say the rat, yeah, but what's he trying to cover, Jordan, from what you've seen? Let's see. It's like the blitz throw. Here we are. Looking at a Rangers score. I can't remember if they get the first down on this one. Yeah, it is 4th and 1. Okay, so they catch it on the second quarter, 3rd and 8. Yeah, there's some of this stuff where I feel like the Bears just got lucky, to be honest with you. Like, so Bears draw out a 4th and 1. Maybe I am too in my own head. Maybe the Buccaneers were just feeling themselves. But, like, I'm actually pretty surprised they don't go for this. Yes, I understand the ball is on their side of the 25. Most people would say punt, but I have been watching way too much college ball where they'll just see 4th and 1 and people just line up and go get it like it's automatic. So there was some of this, I'll tell you what, guys, where I kept thinking that the Buccaneers basically just passed on all their opportunities to be aggressive. And you know what? That could easily be a Bowles thing. Like, I could easily see a defensive head coach be like, we're fine. Wouldn't do that if I was you. I do feel like the Bucs offense, it's got a bunch of, Jordan, you asked me about it earlier, it's got a bunch of little modern flavors. I mean, certainly it's nothing crazy. And moreover, Baker looks really confident in it. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest offense that I've ever seen or something, but also, to be honest with you, I see them seeing the Bears. I see them reading the Bears. And to me, that's, I don't know about enough, but like, oh, sure, Baker's always been this guy. Everybody talks about how, everybody always talks about how anticipation is so important for quarterbacks. It's become nearly a buzzword, but like, it's so funny because Baker Mayfield has always been a crazy anticipator as a quarterback, and you give him these receivers to work with. Those are two guys you can anticipate to with consistency. So we're blowing through this, but like, let me see, anything fun? Oh yeah, this is one where Justin Jones gets his head knocked off. Literally. Andrew Billings creating more pressure. I love this stuff. Like, look at this. So Justin Jones moves like a standard defensive lineman. Like, Justin Jones moves like a human being, right? But Andrew Billings, let me see if there's a decent angle on the backside. Like, watch his movements and how unwieldly violent they are. He looks like a bear slapping people around so that he can establish his hands and then ultimately just overpower you. Billings had a matchup, and he went after it. Let's see. Oblivion. Let's see. I know this is a question you wouldn't like to answer. Going to ask it anyways. If you're going to hire a new OC, if Luke gets fired, who would it be and why? So to be honest with you, if I'm going to fire Luke Getsy, I'm probably going to send Matt Eberflus with him. like at the end of the season. Um, that's just me. I'm really, really disappointed with the staff. And like we talked about earlier in the stream, Oblivion, if you want to rewind, I actually think, like, yes, defensive philosophy, but let's not get too hung up on the defense. I think that the managerial aspect is a nightmare right now and unacceptable, as a matter of fact. I think that the head coach, it feels as if somehow we are nearly losing the locker room. Like, and that is crazy to me. I understand that it's been 12 straight losses. I know it's bad out there, but oh my word, the captain looks like he's just as freaked out as any of the rest of the sailors, and nothing is going to inspire more freaking out than the captain freaking out. And so to me, then you start taking a look at, instead of like up and coming offensive coordinators, or like instead of thinking, well, who's going to be our next offensive coordinator? I get to think, who are we going to promote? And the good news is we got some sweet options. Like if the Bears went with anybody, nearly anybody, like I'll get over it. That's fine. Like Ben Johnson, like it would be so interesting to me, honestly. Like you could do Ben Johnson. You could do Kellen Moore. You could do Shane Waldron. You could do Jim Harbaugh. There's so many names. As long as they're offensive. Sure. I have been like watching film. I'm not that well studied. For as hard as I try, for as much as I want to be, there are people that have been in this league for forever that know way more than I do. And you know what? When I'm Dan Wiederer's age, I'll be a sage. I hope. Like, I want to keep getting better all the time. But right now, sometimes we're all learning together. Sometimes I'm going to circle something and be like, I don't have any idea. Like, I'll tell you what I do know. I'll tell you what I don't know consistently. And when it comes to what makes a great offensive mind, I'm learning as much as anybody else. I even went into this system, like, say, this season, at one point, basically being like, okay, Flus, we're going to put you on trial. Like, this defensive philosophy, I don't agree with it. But let's see what happens. Maybe you win us over. No. But so, honestly, Mario, Kevin Stefanski is an interesting thought. Like, sure, I can be here for it. I don't want to pretend like I think I know the next phase of offensive innovation. The problem is that, yes, I did PG. I ain't saying it. Look, I am always going to be the guy that thinks that Matt Nagy had good ideas and god-awful position coaches. And at the end of the day, I'm never going to tell you that he shouldn't have gotten fired. I'm never going to tell you that the teaching wasn't awful. I'm never going to tell you anything other than I think the man had decent ideas. Like, I think his high-level ideas that he would get along with the better thinkers in the NFL. I think there's a reason that Reid loves him. I think that when Matt Nagy takes over for Andy Reid, and that Andy Reid's staff remains in place for Matt Nagy, that it's going to do him wonders. But, I mean, that's if they ever get a receiver that can make a positive play. I swear I've never seen a receiver so toxic. Like, a receiver group so toxic. We have 2 weeks in a row now where the Chiefs receivers are literally putting points on the other team's board. Like, twice. This is insane. Including the punt return. Or the punt muff. Like, it is bananas looking at how bad the state of receiving is in Kansas City right now. I'm pretty blown away, but that's a whole different thing. The point is to finish out this answer, because it's long-winded like everything else I do, I swear. Sorry, Oblivion. But I am going to be super pliable because I'm probably going to jump into this guy's offense, whoever the Bears hire, if that happens, and go, okay, what you want to do? Like, the problem that I have found with Luke Getsy, to use an example, is that I went and studied the Shanahan offenses. All of them do a better job. Like, all of them do a better job. And I sit here looking at Luke Getsy's scheme, and I'm like, so we don't have any of the passing game part. Yes, Donald. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. And Bradley, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. Let's see. You dislike the Shanahan offense? What do you want to do with the ball, Jordan? Like, especially because you just mentioned the Reed and the Shanahan offenses, and I see them as completely different. Like, like I understand thinking the Shanahan offense might be fairly boring, but like the wide zone rushing attack and like click fire. So you just want to run the ball. I gotcha. At the end of the day, I do think in the NFL you win passing it, personally. Would I be surprised? So the main thing that I look at with Bieniemy is that I wonder if everybody's worried if Bieniemy is another Singletary, but the offensive version. We'll see. Like, Bieniemy strikes me as the kind of guy that would be a really good coordinator. Seems like a really good coordinator. And everybody wonders, why doesn't this guy get head coaching jobs? And I can tell you why. It's because if you hired Eric Bieniemy and he goes 0-3, you're getting fired. Like, people are going to, like, not literally, but Bieniemy's style, if you don't know, is to just scream at you. And when you're winning, you might accept it. But eventually you're going to lose games. Like, eventually you're going to lose games. And as a head coach, you do need to be able to weather those storms. Like 4, 5, 6 game losing streaks are a huge problem. Don't get me wrong. Especially in the Bears case. A 12 game losing streak is obviously going to unnerve nearly everybody. But in Bieniemy's case, you might need to literally win one of your first 2 games, or else the whole thing could go up in flames before it was even started. And I don't think a lot of orgs feel comfortable with that. But that's just totally my read on it. What do I know? That's just the vibe I get at this point. But so, let's see. Going back through, why didn't Shanahan's offense work with Luke? It's because of how he implemented it, but also partially because I think Luke took it too literally. Like, let's see. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Greg Olson, OC. Let's see. Oh yeah, absolutely, Donald. Let's see. Getsy throwing out everything that worked from last year. Bradley, Getsy's argument. I don't know why they're pivoting for the run game. One weird part about so Jay Sanders, that's the thing, is like, it's not as simple as he yells a lot. I know that's what it sounds like. It's more like he berates people. And when Travis Kelce is saying he gets best out of you and kind of like rolling his eyes, I'm just going to take the cues from there. Like, you got to remember, Jay Sanders, that like these guys they consider themselves, I mean, I would, like a grown man playing professional football. So that they calling them like these kids are soft may work better in college, certainly high school. That's why a lot of guys just yell, right? But you made up disagreeing, which is totally fine. But so let's see, why do people blame polls? So Oblivion, people blame polls because they expect the talent level on the team to win more games. And I'll tell you, from my own personal views, it actually will be quite the challenge for the Bears to just lose all their games. Like, even with a defensive line that struggles like this one would, I wish I knew more about Bill Parcells, honestly, Jay Sanders. And the other thing is, I don't want to make it sound like other guys don't yell. That's the thing. Like, McVay, Shanahan, like, we've seen them when they get angry. These guys will tear you up. Like, so within that, the fact that people call out Bieniemy specifically has me wondering, what does he do? Like, what did this guy do? But so with polls, the main problem that I'm having when I look at this Bears roster is it's like, well, offensively speaking, DJ Moore is the dude. Like, he really is. Like, he's getting open like crazy. He makes receiving look quite easy. He still gets stacked up now and again. He's not Mike Evans, like, or at least what Mike Evans was in this game yet. But in theory, yeah, absolutely. Another quarterback could show up and make DJ Moore look insane, in my opinion. So could the Bears be scoring more points with what they have? Yeah. Yeah, probably. And with a different defensive attitude, could the Bears be scoring more, or could the Bears be keeping more points off the board? I think so. Probably not less than 20, but certainly less than getting smoked by Green Bay. But let's see, going after somebody like Dan Quinn, Sushil, I would be a little worried, to be honest with you, because I think the league is constantly trending towards offense. And I know that sounds like it's boring, but to me, going for somebody like Dan Quinn would be zigging where I think, or it would be zagging in the face of zigging for zagging's sake. I hope I explained that right. It would be doing something that you're comfortable with or doing something different purely to do something different. But it doesn't make as much sense as you think, because when you go through that Cowboys defense, tell me how many of those players aren't just flat out good. But that's just totally my perspective. Quinn would bring in a real OC, Donald, but there aren't that many left that aren't on the HC track already. It's not. Let's go back to the Matt Nagy thing, Donald. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if your head coach is a good, or like, it doesn't matter if you're so worried about losing your offensive coordinator that you hire a head coach that can't coordinate an offense. In the Matt Nagy case, like, that doesn't help anything. But also, the carousel that McDermott's on is not helping. Like, we can say whatever we will, but Josh Allen didn't have these issues with Brian Daboll, and now Daboll's out of town, and he's suddenly got Daniel Jones throwing fire in the second half of the Arizona game. It's Arizona, I understand, but I think he threw for 12.3 yards per carry or 12.3 yards per attempt. Threw some strikes while he was at it. Like, awesome. Honestly, awesome. I can't believe they pulled that game out of their butt. That was nutty, if you ask me. But it calls into question this like stability thing with offensive coordinators. You'll get some, like what the Ravens do, but you won't get as much as maybe you think. But that's just that's just totally my opinion. Let's see. Seriously, Bradley, it feels that way. The problem is that it's one thing to say, F it, DJ Moore's down there. It's another thing to get Fields throwing on time to Moore, just off of flat trust. Kyle, thank you so much for subscribing. That rules. Thank you. I need to study Ben Johnson more. I've got the Bobby Peters book on him. Let's see what we got. First down. Good old cover two, right? Cover two. Baker plays off one hitch. 1-2. Throws it. Completion. 7 yards. Eric, I don't know, to be honest with you. Because the problem is that you're asking me, so we could talk through that real fast. Like, do I support or what? Do I believe Flus was Poles' choice? Well, there would be a lot of people that would use a common refrain I hear all the time. I hear this with head coaches. I hear this with general managers, right? Which is, well, why would you take the job if you couldn't pick your head coach? I'm sorry. If I got offered my dream job and also I got offered either a 4 or a 5, it never gets reported, like 3-year contract or 4 or 5 year contract at $3 million per year, and it's guaranteed, and all I have to do is accept that I don't get to pick the head coach. Yes, I'll figure it out. Like 100%. It's a dream gig, and there's no guarantee you're going to get another one, especially with how common it is for a lot of these orgs to arrange marriages. It's not just the Bears. Like, maybe I'm insane, right? But it doesn't feel to me like I think Flus was Poles' choice off of a short list, but I don't think he got to choose the short list. The good news is it wouldn't surprise me if Poles gets to choose the coach outright next time. Like, really do. And so that doesn't bother me. Like, exactly, Tom. There are only 32 jobs making a boatload of money. They can tell me whoever to hire, and I'll own it like it was 100% my idea. Absolutely. Same thing with Mitch and Nagy. People go, well, why would Nagy take the Bears job if he didn't like Mitch? money. Like, it's a head coaching gig. This Ryan Pace guy loves you. Loves you. I don't blame him at all. Donald, yes, but also no. Like, I promise I'm not stumping for the Bears because I love Jalen Carter. My problem is a logic puzzle, right? I could make an argument that the Bears needed Jalen Carter more than anybody. But I can also make an argument that if Jalen Carter's coaches were willing to go to bat for him, or if Jalen Carter passed all the standard tests that you would expect a really strong player like him to pass, that the Bears never would have had a shot at him. Like, this is totally my take. Because, Sir Lord, you're going a completely different direction. But my thought with Carter is it is a massive red flag that Seattle and Detroit passed on him in particular. Sure, I could make fun of the running back thing with Atlanta, but that's a direction that they wanted to go. And I don't think the hometown kid thing matters as much as some people try to make it. But Detroit, with Aiden Hutchinson and Jalen Carter and James Houston, who is now out with injury, but ride with me, would have been nasty. Why didn't they do it? Especially because we thought they wanted Witherspoon. And it was like an open secret. Peter Schrager was reporting that they wanted Devin Witherspoon, and then they got scooped on Devin Witherspoon. Seattle needed more defensive line help. They found it later, or at least they tried, but Jalen Carter would have ruled at those two spots. Everybody wants to look at the Bears because everybody pigeonholed Jalen Carter to the Bears, but it never made sense that these other two orgs were going to pass on the best player in the draft. The best player in the draft. Like, Jalen Carter's film was the best player in the draft. And the personal reasons had to be real, just based on the way everybody reacted. Beyond that, it is really, really difficult to find a tackle outside of the first round, and in particular, outside of the top 20-ish picks of the first round. Believe me, Donald, I wanted to find it. Because I thought justifying Carter, or honest to God, I thought justifying nearly any pick other than tackle, like, made way more fun. Like, JSN felt like more fun. What? Gosh. Can't see. Like, I mean, I was reaching for any name that wasn't a tackle because a tackle felt so stupid and boring, to be honest with you. But it was the right call. Like, the more I kept looking, like, because that's the thing, Jay Sanders. You talk about getting Carter in a tackle. Which one? Anton Harrison was gone in the first round. Like, are we looking at Wanya Morris? Like, because I think that would have been a disaster. Like, I completely understand where you're coming from, but at least from what I have seen, Wright has been a standout. He might be the best at tackle of the class. Like, he's outplaying Paris Johnson at this point in his career. It's early, but hey, some guys belong in the league. Other guys don't. And right now, Wright looks like he belongs in the league, which in 3 years, just ride with me, Donald, because this is brutal, but it's true. Like, we aren't going to make the call now. We never, you shouldn't draft for next year, basically ever. In my opinion, you should always be drafting for the team 3 years from now, the team 2 years from now. That's when those guys are going to apex. That's when they're really going to provide you value. Yes, of course, the Bears are going to go get a center like next year or something, and everybody's going to be like, yeah, we fixed a center. And then they're going to be like, oh my gosh, our rookie center sucks. Like, it always happens. It always happens where people go, how are we so bad at corner? We just spent a second-round pick on it. Yeah. Like, we did spend a second-round pick on it, and the CB sucks because he's a rookie. It happens all the time. Moving on past that, in 3 years, Donald, is Carter going to be in the league anymore? Like, talent-wise? Duh. But is he going to be in the league anymore? I think in Philly he will be. He landed in the perfect support system. Like, that, it makes a lot of sense. But who knows? We don't know. And if he stays in the league, like, then there you go. But I'm with you, Eric. Like, Jalen Carter is phenomenal. I'm never going to say that, like, taking Carter would have been a bad decision either. I probably would have stumped for either call. Both were correct. Like, what you really needed, Mario, I think you kind of hinted at it. Really, you needed both. Like, if the Bears were going to complete their team, they needed both. And they needed both pretty desperately. The good news is that not only is Wright getting us a better look at Justin Fields for the worse, but Wright helps our rookie quarterback a lot. If that's the direction things go. Like, if everything goes down the toilet in a direction that none of us want it to go, it is super duper sweet, isn't it? That the Bears have a third-year tackle and a second-year tackle protecting the rookie that should be there for a little while. Like, everybody thinks that the tackle is boring, dumb pick. Until suddenly you've got Tristan Wirfs and you don't have to worry about the position anymore. And Donald, I would agree with you more if Shaq Barrett didn't spend the entire game lined up on the right-hand side. Like, that's where guys are lining up now. Nick Bosa's going to line up on the right-hand side. Like, right tackle, left tackle, it's not even that it doesn't matter. It's that a bunch of good edge rushers just line up on the right-hand side anyways. So you could argue that you need a right tackle just flat every bit as bad at this point. Let's see. Do we not? I'm the only one who's... I'm sure I'm not the only one. Yeah, a little bit. Jay Sanders, I remember it being pretty hotly debated, personally, on where you should take Wright. I think it was a small overdraft, but at the end of the day, I don't care because it looks like the Bears got a sweet player. I think that we can spend a lot of... Okay, so you got to remember, Jay Sanders, that to me, it really only counts if you're going down nearly an entire round, especially since Broderick Jones got drafted at 14. So if memory serves, that means basically every tackle that was any good was off the board by pick 15. And unless the Bears were going to trade that far down, then him being a 8-pick reach doesn't functionally make a difference because the fit has to matter too, right? But that's just my 2 cents. Like, you got to remember each team only gets 1 pick per round. So if you don't think you're going to get him the next round, you'll take him the round before then. But let's see, you've always thought it was more about the QB's blind side. It was at one point, Donald, but then it was also because it was their blind side, Lawrence Taylor played over there, et cetera, et cetera. But let's see. That's what I'm saying, Mario. That's what I'm saying. Like, we are still in the throes of how sad it is that Justin Fields may not be the dude. What we've got to remember is that if the Bears have 2 top 5 picks, the offensive core isn't bad. Case in point, the Carolina Panthers. Case in point 2, the 2021 Jags. Valus was a panic pick. That was bad. Case in point 3, was it the 2020 Cincy, that team, like the Bengals that year? It's it's not good. And you look at the Bears, and this rookie could come in with 2 decent tackles. If Nate Davis rights the ship, a good guard, and then you throw a 2nd-round pick and big money, and now you should have 5 on the offensive line. You might actually have a shot at a medium good offensive line for the first time in what feels like forever for Chicago. And you do all that with DJ Moore locked on the roster. And if you want to extend Darnell Mooney, I am always down for it. Then good, great, even. I'll be super interested because like you're saying, Mario, it gets a lot worse. And Donald, I think so. But it's not even that I hate Tevin Jenkins. It's more like, Donald, I think about this sometimes, right? There was a point, and we all remember it, where Tevin Jenkins was lying on the field with a neck injury. He got carted off, and then he came back somehow. And I don't know if anybody else felt this way. It was like a fever dream because I thought his career was over. I thought he was done. And within that, I'm not saying take it all the way back to the neck injury. I'm saying Tevin gets hurt a lot. A lot. To me, to plan around Tevin you only get so many resources. You kind of have to invest resources in your starting line and then use late round picks and sweet deals to fill up your interior backups, like Tyreek Carter. You probably don't ever want, as good as I think Carter may become, you don't really ever want him to start for you if you could avoid it, just because he's such a valuable quantity as a backup reserve offensive lineman on what, a 7th, 6th round pick. Like, you're good. That's great. That's exactly where we need you. That's what we need you to do. But with Tevin Jenkins, especially as he approaches year 4, year 5, like, are you really going to play him as an interior backup? Like, is he going to be iOS 6? Because if you're not willing to make him a 6th offensive lineman, like, the way I would put this is maybe Tevin Jenkins outplays the guy that you get, but you have to act like he isn't there because he's not there an awful lot. And so, again, maybe Tevin is the dude, starts for you after all. But I still think you need to go get a replacement for him for times like this. And then you need a new center. And Whitehair's done. But that's all conversation beyond what we're looking at. We'll watch a little bit more and then we'll close up shop. Bears run a basic rotation. Tyreek Stevenson. Hey, if you want to say he's getting better as the game goes on, you can. This throw is so anticipated. This is such an anticipatory throw. Evans doesn't get around on it. That's hilarious. Like, yes, it helps. But he sees the ball for the first time right there and cannot get his hands up. Baker is zany. Boom. Baker just looks completely unflummoxed, if you ask me. And some of it's the rush. Doesn't help. But some of it isn't. No, WFM. Let's see. Oblivion, what are you talking about? What are we running? I think a lot of people are really, really, really worried about the state of the roster because you look at plays like this and the team just looks like booty, right? Look at this. Look at this. What are we doing? So you remember earlier when we talked about the coaching point? They did it again. They got us again, right? Like, what are we doing? First of all, we're looking at a three receiver set, right? So 3 receivers on one side, 1 receiver on another, right? So 3, 1. Why are we running cover 2? First of all, you could check out of this. Like, every team in high school football, and I know because I was talking to some high school football coaches that railed on me for this. WFM, you don't have to go there. Jay Sanders, Jalen Carter has the most pressures in the league. Man, that sucks for Detroit. That sucks for Seattle. We got a 4th round pick out of the deal. And we got a sweet tackle. Like, we passed on a guy nearly everybody else passed on. I don't feel bad about it. Like, we made a decision. Tons of other people made. Not bothered. Not bothered at all. Couldn't be less bothered, actually. And if Jalen Carter rules, great. Do you think Mahomes would have been an ultra superstar in Chicago? Like, do you? Do you think that... I mean, I guess I'll just leave it there. But that's just me. I look at Carter in particular, and the fact that his coaches did not like him, basically wouldn't stand up for him after the national championship. Maybe it's too draft day, but it feels weird. Like, a lot of people did not want to back him. And I don't mind the Bears being safe, because if Carter had combusted, then that would have been a huge problem. Does he? But it's, I don't know. What does my gut tell me about Fields, Evan? Not here, unfortunately. Like, in very simple terms, right now, week 2, season ended today. I don't know how you move forward. Any Carter level DTs coming out this year, I will figure it out later, Eric, because tonight's not the night. This is more what I look at that bothers me. And that's that the Bears are running a cover 2 call that they don't check out of, and Terrell Smith, our DB, does the exact same thing we saw Stevenson do earlier, right? We watched this, and it bothers me. Like, Jay Sanders, you want to talk about why we're losing? In my opinion, it's because we're coaching our DBs not just to play cover 2, which is impossible against the 3-by-1 set. There's just too many guys on the formation. Somebody's going to be open. But we have Terrell Smith not driving number 10, who's a rookie, that's Trey Palmer, into the sidelines. Like, take him and blow him into the sidelines. Because the moment we don't, he's so open, it is silly. And like you're saying, Donald, what is Elijah Hicks doing? Where is he going? But past a certain point, in my opinion, the coaching has to answer for why aren't we checking out of this? Like, we have our linebackers on the field. We've got our quarterbacks of the defense. Why aren't we making a stronger play on this ball? Like, you have to. You have to, Sir Lord. It's like, this is basic DB stuff. Basic DB stuff. This is terrible coaching, in my opinion. Like, 2-1 totally still applies, but you can't give that whole shot up. And that's a huge, to me, like, there's just too many stupid little handprints. You could, Sir Lord, it sounds like you're seeing it too then, where I look at this coaching staff and I go, what are we doing, guys? Like, on the defensive side, on the side we're supposed to be good at. Like, offense looking bad, I'm a Bears fan. I see it all the time. But like, what is it? With the defense in particular, we're supposed to be better than like the stuff we're allowing. And it is as if they want us to guard that, but these third downs, like, these are third downs. These are money downs. These are big downs. It is as if everything that we're doing right is happening because 97 is having this just amazing season, and everything that we're doing wrong is putting us on a poster. Wasn't EDM Edmund covering a wide receiver this game and last game too? Now and again. Oh man, Donald, that can't be. Is he actually asking that? Oh man. Oh, sweet boy. I mean, honestly, like, cheer for the Dolphins for a hot season or two. Like, it's fine. It's fine. He just doesn't understand the process. And I mean, to be fair, Donald, the best part is if the Bears, this is my favorite part about this whole situation. If the Bears just pull the plug and suck, they're going to be in one of the best positions that the org has ever been in. Because normally they shortcut this all the time. The Bears never save all their resources and spend them at once. And the last time they did, they went 12-4. And then they lost in the playoffs, which sucks. But they went 12-4. Like, it's with a bad quarterback. Like, say what you will, but the pace era is how you were supposed to do it in the first place. Thank you so much for jumping in. Parallels facts. Great seeing you. But so the Bears, if they just, like, Jay Sanders, to use an example, the last time the Bears had 2 top 5 picks, do you know who they drafted? I'm gonna let this one hang because you may like the answer. Last time the Bears had 2 top 5 picks, who did they draft? You may have seen this. You may have seen Jack Silverstein tweet this. I thought it was awesome. It's a sweet little fact, and it's a reminder of just what these kinds of picks can do to an organization. Jay Sanders 2 top 5 picks in the same draft. But I'll give a couple more seconds. Let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exactly, Eric. Is Dick Butkus and Gale Sayers. And we can say what we will about the fact that that's a running back and a linebacker. It is 2 of the most legendary Bears in history. And I am more pointing out that 2 top 5 picks can completely change your franchise. Like, they can completely turn it over. And it sucks that this is where we're at. But You want to know how you get on an all-pro team? You win games. Like, I'm going to speak your language here. The whole team has to be freaking good or you won't win games. And so Darnell Wright might be an all-pro if they win games. If they draft Caleb Williams and Caleb Williams is getting the ball out quick, probably wouldn't happen. But like if he's getting the ball out quick or he's not, let's see, what's the Lions' excuse for what specifically? Like for what I'll tell you, in my opinion, Jay Sanders, I don't know if you like Schadenfreude. I thought the Lions made the 2019 mistake. Like the Lions went, we're freaking here, man. We won 8 games at the end of the year, and then we are we won 8 games at the end of the year. We didn't make the playoffs, but we are about to run this league. And they took a top 6 pick, traded it down, got more draft capital. And what did they walk away with? A linebacker whose name I never hear called in a positive light. He'll get there, but like a linebacker, a running back that's splitting carries with David Montgomery, a hurt quarterback, and Brian Branch. And Brian Branch looks really sweet. Like, I'm not trying to take it away, but I keep looking back at that specific org, Jay Sanders, thinking there's going to come a day where their offensive line is just going to be that little bit too expensive. And their defensive line is going to wonder why they didn't have that one extra player. And they're going to go back to those picks. They're going to go back to number 18. And they're going to wonder why they didn't do that. Or why they didn't just take trench guys. I mean, look at the Eagles. They took 2 trench guys after a season where they dominated in the trenches. Like, you just keep scooping trench guys, which is part of why the right thing doesn't bother me. I'll tell you, Jay Sanders, if they had drafted Jackson Smith-Jigba, put aside where he got drafted. Like, if they drafted Jackson Smith-Jigba instead of Jalen Carter, and Jalen Carter's dominating, like, absolutely clown it. You need the tackles just as bad as you need the tackles. Like, one's defensive, one's offensive. And of course, like a Chris Jones would be sweet. Chris Jones is going to be a free agent in this next, cycle. We'll see if he makes it there. I mean, somehow he held out and still didn't even get a no tag clause, which is silly. But you could get Chris Jones in free agency if the stars align for you. Maybe they won't. But finding a tackle in free agency, go look up how Mike McGlinchey and Juwan Taylor are doing. Like, for instance, Jay Sanders. Not because I'm going to get you with a gotcha, but more, I bet I could get you to see it my way, even if you don't agree with it, about how hard it is to find even okay tackles in anything other than pretty much where they draft him. Like, he's hurt and he's bad, which is pretty much to tape, like Donald. And then Juwan Taylor is benched. And let me see, Caleb McGarry still can't pass block, which is its own thing. Like, you gotta draft. You gotta draft in the trenches, which they did with the only first-round pick they had, and they got an extra 4th-round pick for the trouble. Like, they made money off, so to speak, off of the Darnell Wright pick. And I'm with you guys. Like, it sucks to lose. I'm just used to it. But it used to be that we were an aging team that was also bad. Now we are a young team with talent I can point to, and I can say there's actual talent on this roster, and we have $100 million in cap. We don't need to get any more linebackers because we have 2 linebackers already. Like, we have a solid DB room, probably still need to add to it, but we have a solid little DB room developing. We need to spend a bunch of money in the trenches. Who's to say any of those free agent trench targets will actually be any good? WFM, before you say anything negative, it's so easy to do. Offensive line men are the most boring position in the football, or in football. Say what you will, you know it's true. Like, offensive line men don't end up on the highlight reel, so they're boring. They're so boring. Meaning, adding one of them is never fun, and nobody ever thinks it's cool. Like, it's so dull. And like you're saying, Oblivion, you just have to do it. Like, you have to eat your vegetables. You have to, and I would love it if the Bears had Jalen Carter. If the Bears had Jalen Carter, so many people would be saying that this is Poles' fault, that we don't get a good look at Fields. Instead, we're looking at Fields going, oh my God, what happened? Like, Donald, the only reason you feel nearly as confident as you do is partially because Darnell Wright is securing that right edge on one-on-ones. Like, Broski's out there on an island at times as a rookie. And we're getting 4.5 seconds of pocket? Like, what? And so, I don't know. It's a bummer. What I need, so we got to close this up. We'll talk more defense another time, I guess. I'll see if I can't pump out something. I don't know. I'm trying to balance the YouTube stuff with the stream stuff, but you wake up the next day and you go, holy smokes, I'm tired. But O-line absolutely wins games. You win football in the trenches, both sides of the trenches. Like, the thing is, Oblivion, I would argue that like Carter to me was kind of a 50-50 once he got to the Bears. So all the people complaining about Carter, I will never blame them for it. It's smart. It's smart. And Jay Sanders, I sit here and I look at Braxton Jones and I'm like, he found a tackle. Asking him to catch lightning in a bottle twice is really hard. Maybe they could have done it. Maybe they could have. But if you got left with Borum and Carter, I think you come out worse than what they're going to have next year. And next year's what ultimately matters. But let's see. And still couldn't do anything with what? I can't even remember what I said, Donald. But I think my closing thought, I guess, is if Sunday goes the way that we're worried it might, and we just get annihilated, to be honest with you, the question that I'm going to start asking is, how do the Bears secure the future? Yeah, no, 5 seconds of the pocket, couldn't do anything with it. It sucked. Like, the question I'm going to want to know is, how do we take a team that doesn't have the most talent, but I mean everything I said on Twitter in the offseason. It's not that bad. Like, we're providing some pretty insane pockets. We're getting some open receivers. Like, this team, theoretically, could be better. So, how do we lose the games? Like, I hate saying this, guys, there's nothing I'd rather be talking about than actual football. But every time we break down this defense, or every time we break down this offense, it doesn't mean as much as it could because the season already feels over. What the frick? Like, it already felt over last week, and everybody just didn't want to admit it. I think we all knew. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you felt like there was actual hope. I thought it felt way, way over, and it made me so sad. And so I sit here and I look at, like, and WFM, the worst part is, for somebody like me who loves football and just wants to talk scheme, that means that I either have to do something nobody likes and sit here and just, like, dump on the team, or, right, Eric? I'm not trying to, you get it? Like, I know WFM, and they hate me over there. Sometimes they like me. Sometimes they don't. But anyways, the main thing I look at with this is, like, do you know not only what good it would do for my career, but what good it would do for me personally to actually get to walk through, like, fun offensive concepts and big time plays in big time games. That's what I wanted this season. I literally told my wife all off season, I was like, literally all the Bears have to do is just be competitive until December. And they managed to not even make it to October at this rate, which is outstanding. It is outstanding ineptitude. Outstanding ineptitude. I had the lowest bar. Like, I had the Dan Wiederer bar about, like, just get to December and be in the hunt graphic. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't work. Seriously, Brandon. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, instead, I love you guys. I'm never going to stop. But now all I'm going to get is the other hardcore fan base, or, like, the other hardcore Harrys and hardcore people that are down to watch and talk film about a freaking terrible team. Like, and so I sit here and I have to ask, is there going to be a fire sale? Because, Donald, you mentioned they're not going to re-sign Jalen. Well, don't just let him walk. You have $100 million cap space. Like, if you're not going to start these guys, Like, ugh. Yeah, Mario, I know. I know. I thought for sure Fields would be able to hit his open reads. Sue me. But like within that, exactly, Sir Lord. I'm always gonna make it fun because football's too fun. There's always something in there. But like I look at this, and for me, if I was Poles, I would have to start thinking creatively on how to make sure that your team doesn't climb back in it. Like, I mean, you say Claypool and Jalen. I think WFM. I think Eddie's on the table. I think Darnell's on the table. Mooney, that is, which sucks. Like, I think that would probably be it. That'd be the 4 on the block. But like Jason, I will keep you interested. If you keep showing up, I'll give you a great evening of football entertainment every single time. But like that you got to remember though that like the more the games become kind of just like non-factors, the more we'll talk about everything that you actually want to talk about. We were doing free agency breakdowns in week 10, right? Which is insane. Like, I'll probably get into draft prep even earlier, which just sucks. Like, that's not something anybody wants. And we really may, Mario. Let's see. Do you think we can trade the 32nd pick for Juju? Yeah. Like, but within that, like, I can't help looking at this whole org, and I sit here and I think the worst part is the team is like they could beat they could. Thank you so much, Evan. I really, really appreciate that. Like, let's see. I agree, Sir Lord. They need everything they can get for the incoming QB, which I completely agree with. I think. By that you mean like, hang on, Sir Lord. Let's talk about this. Just because I agree. I agree. But do you mean like Darnell Mooney, for instance? Purely because if you're talking about Mooney, I don't know why you'd want to come back. Like, I love Mooney. Would you? Like, you this is the org you'd want to re-sign with? Are you sure? they've been costing you yards your entire career. Like, no way. If I'm Jalen Johnson and if I'm Eddie Jackson and if I'm Darnell Mooney, I don't want to resign anyways. Like, you mentioned Donald earlier, like they don't want to resign Jalen. I think it's the other way around. Like, you got to remember, Evan, that like Darnell Mooney loves Justin Fields, which is awesome. But like Darnell Mooney probably gets a million or gets 1,000 yards last year. And you're right, Mario. Absolutely. But that would take Ryan Poles paying market rate, which I don't think works. And Sir Lord, I'm with you, but my argument would be that if Mooney walked, you would just work on one of the other free agent wide receivers, like the next Jacoby Myers, whoever that is. So you don't end up getting this like badass wide receiver too. I prefer Mooney to this option. I'm just saying out loud that if you couldn't come to a negotiating table deal with Mooney, then trading him, seeing if you could get a day 2 pick, and like maybe. I think, Evan, you're hoping that Darnell draws. Unfortunately, probably Darnell draws a 4th, and then Jalen draws a 3rd. If you can get the 2nd and the 3rd for him, that rules, but probably not. Like, because WFM, I hear you. Like, you're telling me, Mario. Like, I would pay him. I would pay Darnell Mooney. I would have no issues paying Darnell Mooney. But it's not my call, which sucks. And if I was Fields, or if I was Mooney, Fields would be making me really mad. Like, that's one of the other problems, by the way, that I think that the Bears are going to start having. We may see it against Kansas City, but like the wide receivers are at the point where they're clapping when they get open. I'd just pay both, Eric. Like, I would just blow up and pay a corner 1 and a wide receiver 2. What a concept. But yeah, it was as bad, WFM. Like, DJ and Claypool have been clapping. Roshan's been throwing the hand up, and Mooney just quietly watches. Like, they seem dejected. Everybody seems at odds with each other, getting blown out. in Arrowhead on America's Game of the Week or whatever, that could be rough. That could be real bad. That could be. I just sit here. I mean, Jay Sanders, I'm sure he might. But yeah, exactly. Right, Sir Lord? Like, Mooney knows. And so, I don't know. I don't know. I just sit here and I think to myself, to be honest with you, I'm going to make a villain out of Tyson Bagent if he comes in and he wins 4 games and drops the team from first to fifth. I'm curious, Jay Sanders, what you think, purely because you generally disagree with me. Well, not generally, but that's not me calling you out. It's more like I actually do want to know whether somebody who has been nearly out of the fan base since Tressman, like, would rather win 4 games and know that we have a QB2, despite the fact that it may or may not cost us, like, the QB pick that we want. But I don't know. Like, to me, the Purdy thing is a Purdy problem. Like, I like Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy a lot, but it only works because of the team that San Francisco's built. It only works because Brandon Ayuk and Debo are outrageous, and also, like, what is it? George Kittle rules. Like, Evan, Purdy slaps. Purdy's awesome. Purdy is the best case scenario for a 7th round pick. But if you're the team who had Purdy and he costs you Caleb Williams, is that good? That's the thing. Like, because that's the problem, right, Sir Lord? People are going to make him that. You know what I'm saying? Because I sit here thinking that worrying about the same thing, Eric, where it's like, if you keep Fields in forever, people are going to give up. Is people giving up bad? I don't know. The Bears need 1 win. Just 1. I want Detroit to wear that forever. Like, I want Detroit to wear the zeros forever. And I'm with you, Jay Sanders. I do think you have to ride Fields until at least week 10. Like, there's too much invested. And if the backups come in any sooner, it's a massive indictment, in my opinion. But so you'd play Bagent and sprinkle in Fields as a running quarterback. Man, STC, I don't disagree with you. Like, it might be fine, but man, that would be almost insulting to Fields. He'd have earned it at that point, but man. And I'm with you, Donald. I'm with you, Evan. That would be way easier. That'd be way easier. Let's see. You see a lot of people mad because Poles would consider drafting a quarterback, whereas in Arizona they have right. The other thing is, like, I'll tell you what, I'll give you guys some homework before we head out. Like, if you go watch Caleb Williams' highlights, watch how much he does move around in the pocket. Caleb Williams holds the ball for forever, but his pocket awareness is a little stronger than Fields' is. Like, Caleb doesn't, at least from what I've seen, take a bunch of dingus sacks the way that we've seen Fields take them. And when Caleb gets rushed relatively soon, he snaps the ball to somebody. So we've seen him in quick decision situations, and we've seen that Mahomes' desire to just wait or develop the play down the field and rip it. But who's to say? Maybe the Bears would ruin it. May is a good option. I'll tell you what, Jay Sanders, in my opinion, one thing I will point out is that you mentioned earlier, like, that Chicago ruins quarterbacks and there's no way Williams would come to Chicago. I don't think so. And I don't even just say that as a Bears fan. I think that 45 some odd $1 million, like, that comes from a guaranteed number 1 overall pick and the endorsement money that you'd be able to get as a Chicago resident. I mean, look at Justin Fields. All he did was rush a lot, and he was on every NFL commercial. Like, last year, he theoretically could have not been mentioned at all. Instead, he's incredibly marketable. And if Caleb Williams was the guy to break the Chicago curse, he's going to become one of the most famous quarterbacks in the NFL nearly instantly. And you know what? If he doesn't, Drake May still slaps. At least so far. Like, to me, Caleb Williams seems like he cares about his image. I'm fine with that. Like, he likes marketability. I thought he was talking about Arizona, to be honest with you. Like, what I personally think is that when he was saying, like, there are some teams we won't go to, like, not only is Caleb Williams probably boys with Kyler Murray, but you go to Arizona and, like, you have to be a star because nobody cares about the Cardinals. Like, maybe not literally nobody, but nearly nobody cares about the Cardinals. And I mean, Mario, beyond that, the Bengals are not a great brand, at least from what I've seen. It is pretty amazing that the Bears are remotely relevant given how bad we've been. Like, I'm not even playing at that point. Like, when you think about just how poor the Bears have been for the last, what do you guys want to give it? A decade? It is stunning that we aren't the Jags. Like, I kind of mean that. And not like the old Jags. Like, we'll see. And you're right, Jay Sanders. I mean, you are. That Chicago has a horrible history, like with quarterbacks. But man, you give Chicago an average quarterback and they will defend Jay to the death. And they did. You're absolutely right too, Mario. I mean, we see it a lot where the Bears, what is it? You'll see tons of these teams that have just been so quarterback poor, and then they are not quarterback poor because of one pick. And I struggle to imagine that Caleb or Drake, but I hope it's Caleb, would be there. For me, JJ McCarthy would be the interesting but dangerous one. You're probably right about Shadur, that Shadur would go back, but Shadur has the ability to go back. No, Bradley, it's okay. Like, and Brandon, you're 100% right. Like, everybody just hypes whoever the Bears have for like crazy. And you're right, Donald. Like, the Chiefs were in wilderness. It's all there. Jay Sanders, you're remembering the end. You got to remember the peak. Like, people thought people were asking, what are you going to do when Fields breaks 4,000 yards as a rookie? Like, people get ridiculous. They consistently get ridiculous. And you're totally right, Mario. Usually, the Bears aren't just flat out bad. It's why, to me, as we close this stream up, what is really, really key, seriously, what is really key for this Bears team is that they finish the tank. If it gets bad, you got to finish the job. I'm not even playing. Like, it doesn't mean much. I'm a guy on the internet and I get that. But, like, don't mess around and win games. Like, if I was Ryan Poles, I would talk to ownership. I would talk to Kevin Warren. Because, Nicholas, I don't want to leave it to them. If I get to choose, like, the Bears are going to lose everything that they, like, if this spirals out of control, let me be clear. The Bears can try all they want to. They really can. I am not saying that they have to lose to the Broncos. I'm saying if you go 0-5, pull a plug. Like, if you go 0-5, it's over. Like, and Jason, I promise I'm not trying to break your heart. It's more to say that you look at this, what, team and the way that it's set up, and it could get legitimately good. Like, it could get legitimately good and legitimately fun and legitimately sustainable and legitimately super cool. Oh, WFM, easily. But do you mean like week 5? I mean, no, they don't. Well, Eric Flus is going to keep trying, but you can strip the roster down that little bit more. That would be trading guys off. That's the fire sale or whatever. Like, it doesn't help anything. But yeah, unless they go winless, Mario, which, I mean, right now, Carolina looks like they cannot score flat out. And you're totally right, Jay Sanders. We'll see. Like, I think the Bears have a chance to go 1-16. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Like, the problem is that the Broncos aren't that bad. And the Raiders aren't, the Broncos aren't that good, is what I was trying to say. And then the Raiders aren't that good. Like, there are a lot of these teams that I could look at and I could be like, well, they're not that bad. They can beat us, but the Bears could easily take a win against them. We blocked a kick. You could argue the Bears should have won. Like with like league normal quarterbacking, that they should have won. But it's a bummer. And I'll tell you what. So Jay Sanders, first of all, maybe it wouldn't surprise me. This is gonna break your heart. This Jay Sanders may just make you go, God, I hate this team. You got to remember that, like, if you're gonna fire the GM, this actually works if you fire two things. First of all, if you wanted to play the positive argument for the GM, you could say that the GM kept this road on the table, where if the Bears were bad, they were still protected. Second of all, the Bears are a cash poor organization. And I think we all know that. They're family owned. So if they fire Matt Eberflus and they fire Ryan Poles, they have to pay 4 people. Or they could fire Flus and just pay 3 and have Poles pick his head coach. I think it makes more sense. Maybe not more, but like, you basically, Bradley, have to pay out the rest of the contract. So if they had, and we don't really know, like if they had 4-year deals, you'd have to pay out the 2 years left and then a new coach. What I'm saying is, so I think Ryan Poles would have a hard time picking a bad coach. That's something I'm never, ever going to say again, because that is how I curse this franchise. And I won't, that's on me, fam. Like, better not. But there's too many decent offensive options. And Poles is too much of an analytics guy. Just enough of an analytics guy to not get swayed by any defense stuff. He might go Harbaugh. Like, God knows the Bears have a decent relationship with Jim. So easily could. Or you go with a hotshot offensive coordinator and maybe you end up with the next Mike McDaniel. A lot of ways. And I'm with you, Eric, where like, I think a new coach and a new quarterback starting at the same time, like, that works. That's great. This would be awesome. Like, finally, we don't have the staff in place and then get the quarterback or the other option. But we'll see. Like, 100%. Easily. That's, Mario, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is like, it's a thing that, no, they do have to pay them yearly. But it's more to say that it increases the average, like, amount you have to pay out. But so, the main thing I'm thinking about is that I also don't want the Bears to say fire Matt Eberflus just before they play the Vikings, and then the Bears come out and storm the Minnesota Dome. Like, I sit here and I don't know what the answer is, but you guys have all seen that meme, the Glee meme, that's like, I'm going to create an environment so toxic. But it's like, if this thing starts to spiral out of control, I sit here and I look at that and I'm like, man, Ryan, you're going to earn your stripes on how you take this thing down. Like, and we'll see. I mean, I think that there's a cost to that. It's going to be hard. It's going to be legitimately hard to instill a culture of winning after 2 straight years of just flat losing. Not easy. But that's not a decision I'm paid to make, because the answer is always to win, Jay Sanders. And you look at the league, and I mean, it's so funny because there isn't anything easy. Oh, look at that. Like, let me use some great examples, right? You get a hotshot quarterback and winning is easy. Just ask the Bengals. Just ask the Chargers, right? Like, you assemble a sweet team and you can win. Like, oh, the rookie quarterback. Oh man, that makes things great. Just like how it's going for Houston and Carolina. Like, it's so, there's no one way to win in the NFL. No one way to win. Like, that's my point, Brandon. That's my point. Like, Jay Sanders, you're picking up on what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying that you get those guys and then all of a sudden you get beat by freaking Tennessee. Like, you get beat by New Orleans. And it totally is still early. And chances are the teams that make it to the final parts of the dance aren't going to be led by Geno Smith. Like, that's not me calling Geno out. Geno looks good. I'm more saying that just like we saw last year, it's an up and down season. What was it? A couple years ago, the Steelers started hot and then they didn't make the playoffs or whatever it was. Like, I may be mixing storylines, but then all of a sudden we get to championship weekend and it's Josh Allen playing somebody else if he's healthy. Like, it's Joe Burrow, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's the cast of characters that you've gotten used to. And I would love for Chicago to have one of those guys. And I mean, the difference to everybody's point in here between Caleb Williams being Kyler or Caleb Williams being Mahomes is way thinner than people want to talk about it. Like, obviously the results are pretty massive, but the ability difference, what works and what doesn't in the NFL can be kind of hard to spot sometimes. Honestly, it can. Like, look at Jalen Hurts. I mean, people still kind of miss it, and then they still kind of don't. They go back and forth. And so there's no one way. I do think that if this thing is going down, let it go down. Just because you've got 2 lottery tickets, but part of it's in your control. Like, it is what it is, basically. To me, this is the best way to put it. I don't like tanking. I think tanking sucks. But you had to win one of these 2 games. You had to win one of these 2 games. Does anybody disagree? Like, you can always come back. You can always reset. But you had to beat Jordan Love in his first start. The Falcons could, with Ritter playing terrible. Or you had to storm Tampa. And they had the plays. They had them on the field. One of these games, they got run out of their own building by a team every bit only as good as them. And then the second game, they could have run Tampa out of their building, but they didn't. Like, oh man, I'm not trying to do it to you, Bradley. It's more like, seriously, to me, the real bummer here is that if this was going to be the year that God knows we hoped it was, it would have been better by now. And maybe they pull off an upset. But right now, if I'm talking to you guys, just giving my opinion, maybe they beat the Broncos. I don't think they can beat the Chiefs. I doubt that they can beat the Commanders. And then Minnesota feels like an awfully tough task for this team. And then maybe they could beat the Raiders. And then after that, like, you hit a really hard stretch. I think they play the Chargers, the Lions twice in there, somebody else that's really solid. Like, it. Then eventually you roll around, you play Arizona, you play Carolina, and the Bears could easily be like a 3-win team. They could. I mean, that's even with WFM just being medium good, but there's some tough ones. Like, there's some teams that are, let's put it this way. The defense already looks bad. They aren't playing the good offenses yet. They'll play one this weekend. Let's see if honestly, Mario, part of me wonders if they would consider Marvin. Now, that's just me wondering that aloud. Maybe it'll be Verse. I will not hate Verse. Flat out. Like, it does feel that way, doesn't it, Eric? But so, Bradley, I think they put their season on the line this last week is my main thing. Like, and now they just have to put it on the line again, right? But we'll see. I mean, either way, it'll be an interesting year to follow. It's always great streaming for you cats. So I'll shut this thing down. 1 a.m. You guys are the best. Until next time, bear down. Podcast tomorrow. I record it tomorrow, so Thursday. And thanks so much for bearing with me. We'll talk about hockey when it's hockey season.